Hey, everybody. Jared Yates, Sexton, here at Nick Hauseman. We are here to do our duty for the 2022 midterm elections here in the United States of America. We are representing, of course, the Muckrake podcast. Democracy-ish is going to join us here in a few. Danielle Moody, also from Woke AF. Wajahat Ali, I think, is going to try and stop in, but is taking care of some personal business. We're really glad that you're here. First off, before we get into the particulars, Nick, how are you doing? Let's set the emotional stage for what tonight's going to be. I got some thoughts on this. You go ahead. You start us off.
I mean, not good, very much. It's weird because it doesn't feel like tonight is going to be the end of democracy if and when the House falls or maybe even the Senate falls, because this is a little bit of a 2-year plan that we're going to deal with. So that's why it's like in this weird flux. But I don't feel good. It makes me feel deflated. It makes me feel like we're going in the wrong direction, and that's a frustrating thing. Now, you can imagine Republicans probably said the same exact thing for decades and decades, and the pendulum has swung, and we are now into a new direction.
Yeah, I think it's really, really important to state this. Tonight could very well be a hard night. I got to tell you, I was looking at some exit polls. I've been talking with a couple of people, particularly from the Democratic Party. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look great. The numbers are really, really bad. 70% of people leaving the polls are saying that they're unhappy with the state of America. That, along with a president who has 40% approval, mixed with an inflationary economy, and on top of the fact that historically this just doesn't work for the party in power. Also, the fact it's the Democratic Party, which is almost like a doubler, almost like a Yahtzee doubler on that effect. I do want to say this, yeah, right. So I want to say a couple things before we get into where things are, what's happening with them. I want to be very, very honest about this, and I want to put this forward. Tonight, obviously, I mean, I opened a beer because I need a beer. We're gonna, like, when Danielle gets here, we're gonna have some actual, real, hard conversation. We're gonna have some laughs too. We're gonna have some people who are gonna come through because it's going to be tense. But I want to say this: this is a situation, and you're exactly right. This is the next 2 years that are being birthed right now. Like, Ron DeSantis has already won his race. One of the first things we're going to have to deal with is, again, the launching of his presidential campaign. We'll get into that, what that means. We're going to analyze this, but I want to say I am doing this. Nick is doing this. Danielle is doing this. We are all doing this with the understanding that there is something very serious going on in this country. We document it, we study it, we analyze it, we try and communicate it, we try and educate about it. And when we're talking about that, we're doing it because it's legitimate. Like, I've got the news on over here, and, like, listen, so much of it is bullshit. We need to be here. We need to have hard conversations because we're in the thick of it. We're in the fat is in the fire, and we need to have real conversations about it. Some elections are going to be won, some are going to be lost. This is going to be one of those that's going to be tough, but there's a lot to learn from it. There's a lot to learn from it, and the fight is not.
Uh-oh. Do we lose me or do we lose you? Jared, where did you go? Well, let's see how if he comes back. Let me know. Can you hear me? I don't know. I can't.
I can hear you now. I can hear you now. We're back.
I think, yeah, someone's back. Are you back or am I back? I don't even know.
Back. Are you back? I'm back.
I'm here. I'm ready to go.
Okay, Nick, take it. So tell us where we're at.
Okay. So it's another interesting thing is that, if some of these races are closer than they're supposed to be in terms of the flip-flopping of the midterms based on who's in power, there is that, you can look at it as a win for the Democrats, even if that's a loss in the overall column, right? It's one of those pat in the back moments. And it does indicate something because in theory, it should be a red wave and a landslide in a lot of different ways. So that is another interesting way you can look at this with somewhat a bit of hope. But again, I don't know if that's going to happen the way this is playing out. And Jared, it looks like, are you frozen again? Because you look frozen to me, and I don't know if I'm frozen. Jared is frozen, maybe. I don't know what's happening because it was working great. Let me know. Can you guys see me? Are we
All
both
right.
frozen?
Yeah, I'm unloading my internet. I got a problem with the internet. We're good. It might
Okay.
every now and then jump. It might not otherwise.
Okay.
So here's where we are. Let's get to the state of the race so far. Exit polls aren't great. Right now, where we are, Abrams is up early in Georgia. The numbers do not show that that's going to hold up. We talked about that on the preview show on Tuesday. That looks bad. DeSantis, it's done. That's it. DeSantis has won re-election. We're awaiting him again to launch his presidential campaign, which we need to talk about in a minute. Right now, Tim Ryan is up in Ohio. Who knows what's going to happen there? It looks like Ryan is already off to a better start than what I think a lot of people have expected in the opening of this race. A lot of Vance's territory is still to come. Mike DeWine in Ohio, reelected, don't worry about it, or elected, don't worry about it. Rubio, that's done. Rubio's not going to lose this race. But as of right now, I mean, I think Abrams is showing up a little bit better than people expected. And who knows what that means? I expected Abrams to probably go down by 5 to 6 points. Maybe that means 2 to 3 points. I'm not sure, but that also, and I think you know this too, Nick. If Abrams makes a closer showing than we expect, that bodes well for Warnock. It just does. So we're keeping an eye on that. The people I've talked to in Georgia, they feel good about Warnock right now. God knows what that gets us, you know. But that's the word out of Georgia right now.
And you were exactly right. You're seeing tons of ballots coming out of Georgia that are voting for Kemp and Warnock, which has to be as unprecedented as anything you'd imagine at this point, to split the ticket that way, for one of these kind of races for governor and for Senate. So again, Kemp, we talked about it in the last pod. He did a really good job of sort of separating himself from Trump and not kowtowing to him in the 2020 election stuff, but riding that fence. And that's probably what all these candidates are going to have to try and do, to not completely disavow Trump, but also to somehow stay in that lane where they can keep the MAGA shine on them a little bit.
Yeah, and before we get more into this stuff and we get into the races, I want to take a quick second, before like more and more numbers come in, before Danielle joins us, Nick. Something has shifted in the Republican Party. We've been talking for a while about the looming showdown between Trump and DeSantis. And I don't know if you saw this, Nick. Trump took a shot at DeSantis that was wild. I don't know how else to say it. Did you see this, by the way?
Yeah, I'm waiting. Do we get to guess what it is, or is that inappropriate?
Well, I'll go ahead and I want to read this to people very, very quickly. Trump said he's a fine guy. There's no tiff between him. He doesn't expect DeSantis to run, which, by the way, it's like a mob boss saying, "Nice place you got here. I hope nothing bad happens." He says, I think he would be making a mistake. I think the base would not like it. Then he says, I would tell you things about him that won't be very flattering. I know more about him than anybody other than perhaps his wife. I think we can read. I think we can read between the lines what's happening there. But I will say, one of the things you brought up with Brian Kemp about him being able to straddle this line, which is what I was talking about on the show today. You're going to start almost like a multipolar world between America, China, Russia, you name it. You're going to start seeing the Republicans have to sort themselves out, right? Because DeSantis is basically going to declare his presidential run tonight without declaring it. He's going to lay the foundation for it. Trump, and by the way, I would not be shocked if Trump gets on TV tonight. I know it's not going to happen, but I wouldn't be shocked. People like Brian Kemp are going to have to start making decisions as this thing goes along, and they're going to push that decision as much as they can. Brian Kemp has played it exactly as he needed to play it in Georgia, because again, Georgians are split between what they want to do. But Kemp's going to probably win this thing again, anywhere from 2 to 6 points is my guess. I would love it if Abrams beat him. I don't see it happening, unfortunately, but the Warnock situation is really going to ride or die based on exactly what you said, which is the split ballot in Georgia, which is, I think, going to tell us a lot about American politics going forward.
Yeah, well, we can have some fun sharing some screens here because we have a live updater right now that we can go to look at what it looks like in Georgia right now. So let's go over to the Senate race here and check out what they're saying. So in Georgia, if I roll over here, can you read that? Is that too small?
Yeah, I can see it. Yep.
Yeah, Warnock is up 55.9 to 42.5, which again we knew was going to be a big initial lead for Warnock. Now people were asking who the third candidate is in this race, who's this libertarian guy, who's going to get 1 or maybe 1.5% of the vote, and that could be the 11,000 margin that someone's going to need to win this thing.
And by the way, I hate to be the person who says this, but reiterating what I said in the show today, Nick, the strategists of the parties are just chewing on their fingernails. They want this thing to either be a blowout and be done, or they want it to be a runoff. You know, the idea in Georgia, if one of the candidates doesn't break 50%, they are going to have a runoff in December. I think it'll end. I think we'll have a winner, but you're exactly right. We got to watch that guy. This libertarian who, my God, so absolutely ridiculous. But I think it's going to end. I think it'll get taken care of. Of course, I could be completely wrong here.
Right. I agree. I think that Warnock's going to win this. There's no way in my mind that Walker is a strong enough candidate to merit, enough votes. Now, again, that 50% thing is going to be annoying because that could happen, right? That could happen to another runoff. And again, it feels like that will eventually get Warnock back into the Senate. But it's just, how much money is going to end up being wasted on this? It's like, there's a lot of races out there, a lot of money that was just wasted. And either with terrible messaging, bad candidates, or just sort of hopeless races that weren't going to change based on gerrymandering. So a lot of that money could be used in a lot better places, it seems.
Oh my God. And it's all going to, I mean, it's all part of this. And I hate to say it this way, but it's the only word that's coming to mind. It's a swamp. It's this swamp of strategists, consultants, media advisors, media conglomerates. Like they all are getting, their money from this. And again, I talked about it with James, the Democratic consultant and strategist. They're taking your money, saying that it's going towards these races and it's going to like knock off these Republicans or whatever. And what's actually happening is it's just all filling the same pools over and over again. And in all of this, we'll talk more about this when Danielle comes on, Nick, but this has been a really piss poor Democratic campaign. It just has. I don't know how else to say it. I don't know. And I'm praying and hoping that maybe this will be a moment of clarity. Do you know what I mean? That maybe this will be the moment that they look in the mirror as opposed to, I don't know, looking at Republicans like Bill Kristol or the Lincoln Project people and saying, tell us what to do. Tell us how to get the mythical white-ended vote or whatever. This is going to be a crossroads for the Democratic Party. Are things going to change, or are they going to stay the same and we're just going to continue down this road?
Well, what here's a little bit frustrating to me is that there's a lot of criticism about the Democrats not having good messaging. And that's sort of been just like the Republicans claim that they're great on crime, Democrats are bad on messaging. It's always what we've been saying. But, I was reflecting on this earlier today. And you certainly think that Biden has gone out and had several really strong speeches that outlined exactly what they want to talk about, exactly what the race is about. And maybe the problem here is that saying that, we're dealing with either democracy or authoritarianism isn't the right message. But at the very least, I thought it was clearly enunciated through at least Biden's speeches.
Well, here's the thing, man. This is coming from a person who's been last.
He'll be back.
Can't just.
Well, we'll get him back, but I'm assuming he's going to say something about Biden's speeches and the fact that we'll see what he's going to say. I do feel like if we don't forget, remember Biden had one that really went over poorly, at least on the right, because of the optics of it with the red background and stuff. But at the very least, I think he was right to try and call it out. And here you are back with us. So
I'm back. So I'll say this: you have to call it out, but you also have to address the conditions that are there. Like there's a sickness in this country. There just is. There's a selfishness. There's the problem. And by the way, like individualism is great. It leads to liberties and freedoms. And you know what I mean? Like it's a good thing. Like you don't have to live in a completely like overwhelming totalitarian society. But you also need to have something that says you don't have to go vote for these assholes. You know what I mean? Like there's an alternative. And the Democrats have just been caught so flat-footed because they don't have any idea how to change things. The only thing that they know how to do at this point is say, "Hey, I know you think things are bad, but like they could be worse." And that doesn't motivate the people who are freaking out. It doesn't motivate like the people who are freaking out have looked for answers and the Republican Party has given them answers, right? And it's the wrong answer. Do not get me wrong, it's the wrong answer. But this thing, this Democratic Party as it is configured, it doesn't work. It doesn't. It doesn't work. It's enough to win the presidency every now and then. It's enough to barely win both chambers, but it's not enough to have sustained change or to move forward. I don't know about you, and I'd be interested in what you have to say about this, Nick. I would love, 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 love to have some sort of a fresh new direction. I would love to have a great society. I would love to have a new deal. I would even deal with a fair deal. You know what I mean? Like a Truman thing. But we're all sort of rudderless at this point.
Well, I mean, see, what makes the Republicans work so well as a unit is that they are extremely focused and they are disciplined with the messaging, right? Which is always tends to be the wrong messaging on very unpopular things. So it seems to me that the Democrats' solution is they need to be either more focused, more disciplined, tighter together, which is sort of against what the entire process is about the Democrats, right? Because it is supposed to be inclusive, and that's that sort of, it's always going to have a disorganization to it because we want everybody, and everybody to feel comfortable. I will say that the Hispanic vote is a really concerning thing for Democrats now as a party, because they had simply would say what they needed to say every couple of years, and then would never actually either involve people or the Hispanic community in the planning and deciding of things of importance. And then they would forget about them. They wouldn't mention them at all again for another year and a half until the elections come back around. So
real fast, Nick, just I want to break in because of what we're talking about. The exit polls I was looking at earlier, I want to give everybody a little bit of a taste. They've moved a little bit based on the last time I looked at them. In the exit polls around the country right now, it shows that 50% of voters, and I want to be very clear about this. This is huge. This is actually a really big number on an exit poll in terms of like national exit polling. 50% said that their single most important factor in their vote was inflation, prices of gas, groceries, and other goods. 44% said the future of democracy. Now, I want to point something out in all of this. Everybody feels inflation, right? Because corporations have just absolutely ballooned prices. They've taken advantage of one thing after another. Corporations have driven this, plus also the Fed has driven it, you name it. That is something everybody feels, right? But meanwhile, there are a lot of people in that middle. You know what I mean? Like that middle white class, the upper middle white class. A lot of them are going to be voting for their checkbooks. 44% saying that they're worried about democracy, Nick. When we say that, we think that's a Democratic voter. That's not necessarily a Democratic voter. Right. There are a lot of Republicans who think that they are voting to save democracy, even though they're attacking it themselves. Now, I'm going to bring you to the third major motivating factor. Are you ready, Nick? 25% violent crime.
That's low.
Not when you add it on top of like the Republicans and the democracy and also the inflation of the people who are voting against the party in power.
Oh, okay. That you're doing it in order of yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, listen, the point you made, number two was really, really a really important thing. Yes. And it's sort of connected to what we've been talking about for years now, which is that the Republicans see the Democrats as the same exact version of what we see them. And yes, I keep saying that authoritarianism will will be established here in a democratic fashion because people will vote for it. They want it because what they think is democracy is really authoritarianism.
Exactly.
And they'll never be convinced that it's not. Like, that's what's so weird about it. They're going to live in this sort of hellscape if that's what they ever get, and probably will maybe realize it several years down the line, but they might not realize that it was them that created it.
So here's what I want to say, because listen, these exit poll numbers, they are not good. Now, I want to be very clear about what exit polls tell us. They give you a feeling across the country, right? Like, you can never necessarily know exactly where they're at or what they're doing. I'm going to go ahead and say this. I think the best case scenario for the Democratic Party at this point is that there are, and by the way, all of these races are weird. You know what I mean? Like, this is a very strange midterm election. The Republicans have fielded, I don't know how else to say this, shitty candidates. You know what I mean? Like, they have fielded really shitty candidates, and not only shitty candidates, like impersonable. I mean, Blake Masters is in a class by himself, right? Johnson in a class by himself. I'm talking about not just shitty candidates. I'm talking about candidates that where they're at. Herschel Walker with the abortion stuff, the families, the lying, the weird aggressive violence. Him, Mehmet Oz, not really living in Pennsylvania, not really getting Pennsylvania culture. By the way, Pennsylvanians, love you. I recognize that your culture means a ton for you, and Mehmet Oz is offensive. That cocktail creates a situation where this might not be a complete sea change election. We might, and I got to tell you, I'm not predicting this, but there is a possibility that we might end up in a 50-50 Senate again. That is a possibility right now because of how terrible these candidates are. But what we're learning here, I'm sorry to say this, Nick, I think it's time to say good luck to the House of Representatives. It's going to be a tough couple of years through the House. I think that's what we have to look at this point, because they don't care. They're election deniers. They're conspiracy theorists. It's done. That's probably baked. On the Senate side, if people are concerned about these weirdos being senators and they're splitting their tickets for like a Kemp and a Kerry Lake, or up in Pennsylvania, Mastriano, how terrible of a candidate Mastriano is in Pennsylvania, might very well seal the fate of the Senate on behalf of the Democrats. Like, that's where we're at right now. They're so weird, they're so offensive, they're so dangerous that this might be a midterm election that, like I said, political scientists are going to be studying for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, it has to be, even from the mind of a voter in Pennsylvania, it's got to be so confusing that you would vote against Mastriano for Shapiro and then vote, like even though you're Republican, and then vote for, Fetterman over Oz, or the other way around with, voting for in Georgia.
At least Fetterman's a Pennsylvanian. At least he's a Keystater or Keystoner. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
At least he's actually from the state.
But we have a question. Let's bring a question out here. I found a good one in the comments. So John H asks,
whoa! Time out! What is this wizardry?
Well,
questions just pop up on the screen.
Yeah, if people ask questions in the YouTube thing, I can bring it on the screen, and we can, look at that sunset, or look at those clouds.
Hold on, I'm a simple caveman lawyer. This is a lot.
You did not see the Holiday Inn last night. Okay.
I did not expect this. Okay, let's do it.
So if the Dems are slightly more successful than thought, at least hold the House and Senate. What are your thoughts about backlash from the Republicans over the coming days?
Okay, do you want to take this? Because I got a lot to say here.
Yeah, well, we talked about this before, especially on the show, on the regular pod, about like how they're preparing to contest the ones they lose. And a lot of it had to do with flooding the polls with bullshit polls from the Republican side. They make it look like they had a bigger lead. And how could they lose this? We had a lead in these polls. So, yeah, I would expect a lot of shenanigans, a lot of lawsuits, a lot of, mashing the teeth and pounding the fists. And again, this is a 2-year plan. They're building towards 2024. So, again, just like 2020 was building towards 2022. So these are all sort of the slow wave that is going to break over our democracy. And the question is, does it hold up again in the courts? Expect that the judges are going to be on the firing line here.
I'll say this. I think, let's say and I hate to put this out there, but I gotta say it, right? Like, let's say the Republicans win the House. Let's say they win the Senate, right? They sweep every race tonight. That's not going to happen, obviously. Let's say they do, Nick. They win everything. They take it all home. You know what I mean?
I
There's
hear you.
they're still going to say that there was election fraud. Period. It is who they are at this point. They have nothing else. Carrie Lake said something very telling and chilling, by the way. Carrie Lake said, if we lose this election, it was stolen from us. If we win this election, we outvoted the fraud.
Mm-hmm.
That's incredible thinking. That really is. That's incredible thinking. And in this case, what's going to happen? Again, I think the House is done. I hate to say it, but I think it's done. But if the Democrats keep the Senate, I actually think what you'll see is a more angry Republican Party that will be even more vocal. And it depends on who it comes down to. If Blake Masters outshows what he's done and he still loses, my God, Peter Thiel's going to throw a ton of money at election fraud conspiracy theories. Herschel Walker goes down. Who even knows what Herschel Walker will do? You know what I mean? Mehmet Oz, I think he'd be fine. I think if Mehmet Oz loses, he'll say, "Good, take care. I'm going back to New Jersey. I've got a show.
Do something with some dogs.
Do something with some dogs." But I do think that if the Democrats manage to hold on to one of the houses, and at this case it would be the Senate, I think you would see not a doubling down, but a tripling down. And again, I think a lot of this is going to be gotten on the back of DeSantis, and they're going to take a lot of and Trump. Some of them are going to be Trumpists, some of them are going to be DeSantis. I think Trump and DeSantis are going to give us a taste of where things are going to go based on what happens tonight.
Absolutely. And boy, I can't wait for Trump's announcement next week. Apparently it's kind of like infrastructure for them, or what was the other thing they kept announcing? No, they were going to announce a healthcare plan, right? That was always their thing the next couple of weeks. But we know what's going to happen. Here's the thing. I think DeSantis probably should preempt him. He should announce before. But here's the weird thing. DeSantis is running for governor. And so
he's won it. Won it.
I mean, he's going to win it tonight. So that's the other problem he has, because that was one of the criticisms that Chris was trying to hit him with, is that he's not really running for governor. He's going to leave in 2 months and then start running for president. So that's another interesting thing that's going to keep DeSantis in a box for a little while, I think, right? He can't possibly announce for a year, right?
God, I hate doing this, but this is what we do on this show. Like hold on, I'm sorry, it makes me ill. Oh God. If I'm working for Ron DeSantis, oh God, that feels.
Oh, God. At least you didn't freeze. I don't understand. I thought that would have frozen.
Oh boy, that feels even worse than what I was saying yesterday. And it's related. If I'm working for him, I say, look at what Brian Kemp did. Fly under the radar for a while. You know what I mean? Let Trump take all the flack. Let him go out and do it. And hopefully you can let Trump go after the field. Just let Trump just slaughter every Republican who comes after him. And and then just sort of like sit in the back and be like, aren't you tired of this? Aren't you tired of all this bullshit? Aren't you tired of the circus? And I think that would, if DeSantis is smart, that's what he would do. I think if he announced tonight, that would be what like a Stone Cold Steve Austin, like double bird and Stone Cold Stunner in the gut. I think he'll give us the message, and he'll give us a preview tonight. But my God, if he went ahead and did that, that would be wild.
I still want to know what Trump knows about DeSantis that he hasn't said yet. Where he's going with that, because I'm fascinated.
Can we talk about that very quickly? Because Trump is such a weird creature, and I hate that we still have to cover him, but we do. Trump's the kind of guy who, like, somebody at Mar-a-Lago would say something about, I know something about Ron DeSantis, and then Trump would just say it everywhere.
Okay.
Right? Mm-hmm. So does he have dirt on him? Maybe he does. I don't know, because DeSantis has just kind of not mentioned Trump. He is sort of like stayed out of his way, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't have a clue.
Well, he could stay out of his way, with the words, but like the way he moves, he's imitating Trump, right? You've seen all those videos, right, with the whole hand gesture and everything like that. He's completely trying to channel that angry energy.
Can I give a quick update on something really fast, Nick?
Sure.
In Georgia, 41% in. We've got Warnock up by a little under 100,000. It's 52-46. That's pretty good for where he's at right now.
Oh,
That's pretty good. What do you have? 855? Yeah, I've got him. I've got him just a little under 100, or a little over 100.
oh,
Um, yeah, I think. I think. I think that's pretty good right now for Warnock. It's not great. It's not running away with this thing, but with 40-ish% in, and based on where I'm seeing it from, um, I'll say this: I'm not going to predict a Warnock victory. He has not collapsed. I'll just say that. Like, things are coming in that look
yeah.
decent. Let me go. You talk for a minute. I'm going to go look up the governor race.
Okay. And by the way, it's not going to be Warnock's going to win by 10,000 votes or whatever it's going to be. It's going to be a hair rate, whatever that word, the expression is, thin margin. So we can't pretend that he needs, that's why he needs to have as big a lead as he can get. We got to worry about the damn libertarian candidate in the middle list too. It's going to get him 1.5 points. But yeah, and I can call the governor's race too if you like, real quick. See.
Real fast, Nick. Real fast. What I'm seeing, if you actually take a look at it, Warnock is actually outpacing Stacey Abrams by over 100,000 right now.
Yeah.
And that's, and again, I feel bad saying this because Stacey Abrams is not going to win that race. But the fact that he is outpacing Stacey Abrams by about 100,000 and he's over Herschel Walker by 100,000, it doesn't mean he's going to win. It doesn't mean that split ticket that we're talking about is going to carry the day. But that tells me straight up it's happening. And I don't know if it's going to keep going, but that's something. And I think it's an absolute shame what has happened with Stacey Abrams. I mean, she is such a better person and would be such a better governor than Brian Kemp. But it does. The numbers bearing out right now say that people are splitting their tickets in Georgia.
Yeah, well, now CNN is reporting that Abrams is about 2 points behind Kemp. Is that what this is saying here? Yeah, well, it looks like a little closer here online. But yeah, the Abrams thing, and we talk about this as well a lot, is that it doesn't matter if you're a good person or not anymore, right? Like, even maybe in the Democratic side at this point. Certainly the Republicans don't give a shit whether you tell the truth, whether you live an exemplary life. It used to be, I thought, that you had to live like a better life. You had to be, had a higher standard of conduct than a regular citizen to hold office. And it's so far from the truth now. And then again, as we get to, when are we going to get to the robots? By the way, what they should do? I think I told you this, right? Or I mean, here's my really great idea, Jared. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
I give you my permission if you want to stop doing the podcast.
I'm ready. I'm lining up a couple of guests.
Yeah. Okay. So here's what they could do. You could basically create your own senator, in like a crypto government where you fill in the checks, all the different things you like, and then they create that candidate, and then everyone else creates their own candidate, and then eventually whichever one has the most of the check boxes becomes the guy who's rubber stamped those things all the way through whenever as much as you like that's probably the future of government. Did I even describe that right? I think you got the idea, right?
I feel like that's like a Logan's Run type dystopia. I don't want it.
But isn't that somewhat maybe even more fair? Like, you and I will fill out the very similar stuff, right? And so we're going to create ultimately creates this candidate from the millions of different people that want different stuff, and then you're guaranteed to get the most of the things you want through. I suppose you'd have to go through how many different votes do a senator is going to go through every 6 years? Hundreds, I suppose, maybe 1,000. So you'd have to go through every different iteration and put your vote on each one of those, so it's already set to go. But that's my idea.
Well, I hate it.
Thank you.
I hate your idea. I stand against it. I would. Now I'm just like in my head, Nick. I'm just like looking at like Peter O'Toole floating through the air, just like a lot of emeralds.
Peter O'Toole, the actor. Are you referencing a movie?
No, I'm just thinking about the 70s. I'm
Okay.
just thinking about like a total dystopia where they're killing people behind the
All
scenes.
right. Because
I
he
mean, that's
plays
what.
Jesus, you know that, or he is in that one movie, Ruling Class, which,
Yes, yeah, yes, he does.
and yeah, I'm
Uh,
still traumatized by that movie, by the way.
but I will say, I want the future. I'm so flummoxed right now. You to go ahead. By the way, people don't know this. Nick lately, I think, has been watching some robot movies, and like now, all of a sudden, all of your political solutions are robot based.
Yeah, they pretty much are. How do you know I'm not a robot right now? That's the next question.
You might be.
That will
You very well
eventually, that'll be
might.
the question.
Real fast, because I think we're inching up on bringing in our third person on the pod here in a minute, and while we're waiting on more results, I've been studying something, Nick. And I'll go ahead and tell the people. I don't know if they've heard them. Um, have you heard of dead internet theory?
Dead internet theory.
Dead internet theory.
No, enlighten me.
It's this idea that the internet was taken over by artificial intelligence and bots and fakery like around like 2015, and that like everything that we're experiencing online is all fake and not real. Like there's only a handful of real people. It's like total paranoid shit, but it's interesting. I'll say that.
I mean, it sounds a little bit like what you're going to be reading about the elections right now and all those on
Yeah.
Parler and whatnot, right? Like they're just going nuts on like what they're assuming. Like it was funny because people are trying to troll them now with like how you have internet on your phone, you could be a hotspot, so they're naming this stuff like FBI surveillance van and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so that's like just feeding into that as if these the machines are online, whatever. I mean, it's just safe to say that at the very least, they have a couple people at all these polling agent places that are kind of looking at just things, making sure that like the voting machines are not online. Right? They have some basic protections there. At least I like to think that. I've seen some of that, at least in LA. I'm assuming that's across the country, but maybe I'm crazy.
I and real fast, just before we get back to the results tonight, I I have these moments. I don't know. It's like thinking about the universe. It's thinking about God. Where did God come from? Where did everything come from? Like what happens after you die? How many stars are in the universe? Things that you think about so much that like eventually your brain goes, "Nope. We're done. That's it. We went too far. We're done." This voter integrity, voter fraud conspiracy problem, right? The
Mhm.
fact that there is a party that is now completely dependent on the idea that we do not accept election defeats. The only way an election is fair is if we win it. That problem, I don't know how else to say it. It is one of the most fundamental existential problems that liberal democracy can possibly ever hit. And when I think about it and when I really try and not just understand where it's come from, but what's possible, what can make it work, it's so much. You know what I mean? Like you can't, it's not just like you said, it's not like you can simply say, "Oh, it's not on the internet," or "Hey, let's have some election monitors go down to Florida." And Ron DeSantis is like, "Pound sand, you're not coming here," right? You can't bring in the UN. They don't trust the UN. You can't have a bipartisan committee because the bipartisan members are suddenly traitors and they're part of the deep state.
Mhm.
I don't know how it gets solved. That's the thing. And we have to figure that out and we have to build back trust in some way, shape, or form. You know what I
Well,
mean?
look at it this way. Imagine how we're feeling, the hand wringing, the anxiety, all these twisted feelings we have about what's going to happen in the results. Isn't it a lot easier to be able to say, my candidate's going to win or it's rigged? It makes life simpler and easier in a way,
Yep.
right?
It
There's
does.
there's comfort in that because now you're never going to have a situation where you're wringing your hands and having anxiety anymore, right? And so, I mean, you have the anxiety or the anger over the fact that it's rigged, but at least you don't feel like you lost. You don't feel like everything's out to get you because it's going to get fixed. And that's the weirdest thing, right? Is that there are still so many people. I mean, what we can guess the percentage of people in the country that still believe the 2020 election is going to be reversed, right? Like there are still people out there that believe that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Real fast, Nick. I just want to say, um, I, I don't want to steal someone's catchphrase. I've seen enough. I think New Hampshire is going to be fine. I think Hassan in New Hampshire is going to pull this thing off. Which we talked about this a little bit on the pod. you start to get an idea of what's going to happen, particularly the size of things based on New Hampshire, New York, these strongholds that you shouldn't even have to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
New Hampshire is, there's no other way to put it. New Hampshire's working. New Hampshire is turning out the way it's supposed to. That doesn't mean the Democrats are going to keep control, but I do have to tell you, this doesn't feel like a revolution. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel like it doesn't yet feel like a 94 is what I'll say.
I hear you. Yeah, and as you can see, that's Vermont. Excuse me, I have to get over a little quicker. As you can see, where at least with our polling, Hauseman has got a very large margin with a very small percentage reporting. That's a good lead to have there. And I don't think we're worried about that. That's important because you got to get the ones that you're not worried about.
If New Hampshire fell apart, though, you know what I mean? Yeah. If New Hampshire wasn't following what we've seen in the past with New Hampshire, if shit was going sideways in New Hampshire, that's where all of a sudden you and I are talking about having doomsday prep meals.
Right.
that's where we're talking about whether or not, Joe Brandon can sleep at night in the White House. I just New Hampshire.
It looks like New Hampshire or Vermont is called, and Massachusetts is also called. There's a check mark.
I will say this, Nick. As of right now, 8:40 p.m. Eastern, midterm election night. And by the way, we've done enough of these, right? We've talked. We went through the 2020 election together. I think a lot of the people watched us cover the 2020 election. I'm going to say something. I hope it sounds familiar. Are you ready?
Go ahead.
Things are happening exactly as they are to be expected.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nothing right now is out of whack. The worst things that we've seen are the exit polls, and sometimes the exit polls tell you one story and the results tell you another because they can be skewed based on where they're happening. Mm-hmm. But I have to tell you right now is not hair on fire. Is it time to start feasting in the gooey insides? It's not there.
Now, how about this? Tim Ryan maintains a double-digit lead.
It's early.
J.D. Vance. Is this going to be?
It's early. Yeah, that's early.
All right. Now, North Carolina, in the same idea, they've never had a black woman or anybody, a person of color, be a senator before, which is kind of crazy, right? It's hard to believe in North Carolina that's the case. A 4-point lead with half of 50%. What do we feel about that?
Beasley's doing okay. It's too early to call here. Beasley's doing okay. If I had to put money on it, I would say that Bud walks away by about 2 points.
Really?
But, but Beasley's doing well. Yeah, Beasley's.
And now, interestingly enough, it's funny. For the longest time, the mail-in votes were always dominated by Republicans, right? The military, older people, whatever. It's kind of crazy now that that's completely flipped, right? And now the Democrats dominate the mail-in votes, which usually indicate that it'll take longer to tabulate those. And so you'd imagine that the Democratic candidate is going to get more votes as they continue counting after today.
Yeah, I agree. Let me check real fast. Nick, cover for me for a second. I want to take a look at something.
Oh, geez, Louise. All right, let's go around here.
Actually, I got it.
Hey, I had my spotlight. What's going on here?
I'll say real fast. Fetterman's doing fine.
Okay, well, let's look at that.
Fetterman's, and again, it's way, way, way too early. But I want to point out that if we were going to have and again, this is going to sound awful, but this is what we're looking at. This is one of the most fascinating races that we're going to see for years, Nick. If this was going to be the Fetterman stroke collapse, you know what I mean? If all of a sudden everyone's just like, no, we're done, whatever.
No,
this is a good start.
This one will be close, right? This one's not going to be a 5-point win for anybody.
I got to tell you, I think there is a possibility that I think Fetterman could walk away with a 6-point win.
Okay.
And while we're at it, can you go ahead? For the screen, can you pull up the Pennsylvania governor race?
Sure.
Because I want people to see this.
Wow.
Yep.
And now, let me know if you're seeing any different numbers. But this is, these are.
I saw it a little bit updated, which with Shapiro with Moore. And here's what. And remember, we talked about this on the show today. So many of these races, you have to link the Senate with the governor, right?
Yeah.
And that tells you how people are voting. Now, look at everybody who's watching this live. Look at the Shapiro numbers right now. We're at 356 on this. Go look at the Senate race.
Yep.
333. Now, what you're seeing there, what's happening there, is that so far, and again, we're only 7% on Pennsylvania. There's only a little under 20,000 vote difference between Shapiro and Fetterman. That might even be updated stats on the site. What that tells us, Nick, is that the Democratic voters for Shapiro have not abandoned Fetterman.
Right.
And Shapiro is going to beat the shit out of Mastriano tonight.
Yeah.
Now, if that continues, and there's no telling if that continues, that bodes well for Fetterman. Everything is going to depend on whether or not the Democratic voters leave. That's it.
Yeah. And everyone sounded steadfast. You saw a lot of pushback against the Republican lines about Fetterman's mental health. And that felt good. It felt good that people were out there willing to, vociferously defend him, because it would have been easy not to. And then that would be the crack in the armor.
So we're at this point, and listen, this coverage that we're doing is this is an emotionally charged thing, right? What we're doing is emotionally charged. We're talking, we're not just, we're all political sickos, absolutely. But like, we're talking as human beings here. We're hoping for this country to pull up out of its tailspin. The thing that I worry, and I told you this when we recorded yesterday for today's episode, the Fetterman thing was my fear. The Fetterman collapse between Shapiro and Fetterman. For anybody who's at home trying to figure out how to feel about this, I just took my first breath, my first full breath when it comes to Fetterman. That's good. This is a good start. This is a good start.
Yeah, no, good. Again, this is the small victories. I think I saw that maybe Julius in the comments section about that. The small victories, the sip of the beer, the the cool breeze with having a smoke, whatever, those little things that you can find. Well, I know what for mine is throwing the ball down the driveway with the dog and having him fetch it. And that's what we're getting here. And we have a couple of these things. Now, right now, it's 38-37 in the Senate in favor of the Dems, looking at the map as far as what they're willing to call. And there's still a few more in here. So North Carolina, we're not looking at. We basically Ohio. You've written off way ahead of time.
I haven't. I haven't.
You said J.D. Vance is going to win that hands down.
Here's the thing. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Ryan's off to a good start.
Oh God. We need to have that sound effect of the car beep, backing up.
Nick,
it's a 9-point lead, 10-point lead, 32%.
It doesn't mean that's done, but I'm telling you, the Democrats have not collapsed yet.
Okay. Everyone loved the way Ryan ran, by the way. Like he ran a good campaign. In fact, they probably should have given him more money.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Oh, they should have flooded Ohio with it. They should have just been airlifting money into Ohio and just dropping it from the sky.
Part of me thinks they wanted to get Vance to win the primary because they thought he was such a radical candidate, right? And they thought, they no problem, he's going to win. And so maybe that sort of took their eye off the ball when they got what they wanted for the matchups. But we'll see. Listen, it feels kind of good. But remember, we went through this in 2022 with some of the Senate races where it seemed for sure they were going to lock up Iowa or North Carolina, and then they can
agree.
fall apart.
Listen, nothing here is in stone. Nothing here is in stone. But here's the point. If the Democratic Party was going to collapse, and my God, it's the Democratic Party. That's if the Democratic Party is going to collapse is a big statement to say. I'll just say that. We would have seen signs of it.
Right. Okay. Good point.
We would have seen a couple of things start to happen. And right now they're doing okay.
Right.
And that says a ton.
So here's the problem. We have to differentiate between like losing the House and red wave collapse, right? That's why it feels like losing the House is just a collapse when it doesn't have to be. It could very well be. And it's funny because what were we watching? Or we were talking about how if the big corporations want a big red wave so that, Kevin McCarthy can somehow, by the way, it was so much bullshit. I'm not sure we dug into it in the last podcast. So much bullshit to think that, because if they win an extra 15 seats, McCarthy will have more control over the impeachment stuff and all that stuff and keep businesses going and happy. I thought was ridiculous, right? I mean, it made no sense whenever that op-ed I was reading. So that's not going to do anything. And by the way, we got to watch for McCarthy. Like, I don't think he's going to be a lock to be speaker if they get control. And I don't think that McConnell is a lock to be the GOP leader in the Senate if they get control.
Would you want to be Speaker of the House? Like, why in the hell would you want to be Speaker of the House?
Well, let's look in live at Paul Ryan right now in Wisconsin.
Yeah. I bet Paul Ryan's in bed right now. I bet he drank some Yoo-Hoo at roughly 5.
Right.
I bet he's been.
Oh no, he did a complete PX90 and took a shower and went to. Is it PX90? God damn it.
You're asking the wrong guy.
Whatever that home system is, which I would probably like to have too. Now, but by the way,
what a reversal! I used to probably doing a PX90. I kind of wish I had a PX.
Yeah, I know. You know what I want is that mirror thing where there's a mirror on your wall and then it'll run.
No, you want a workout thing that has a mirror on the wall that's a computer, and you want robots running the government. You, my friend, are a future fetishist. And you got to stop.
Yeah. All right.
You got to stop.
I don't know. Someone in the comments is yelling at me already about talking about too many robots. P90X. I think PX90 is better. Is a better name.
Just throw some more X's on there. Throw some 2000. Do you remember that, Nick? When everything, because it was meant to sound futuristic, had 2000 on it, and it was like the Vitamix 2000.
Oh, I thought you were going to say they put an I in front of it too, like iTunes, and then everything was I or whatever.
Yeah, that was a little bit later.
That too. All of that, yes. Yeah. I prefer my futuristic stuff like from the 1920s, Art Deco style. So let's see. I wonder where we're waiting for some people to join us, but I guess.
Yeah, Danielle's going to be joining us.
Right.
Man, Ryan is still showing up good in Ohio. I'm actually a little bit surprised. I'm not gonna lie.
Let's see what the TV is saying here. We'll throw that up there. And hundreds of.
By the way, you know what we haven't talked about? We haven't talked about it at all. Multiple instances of voter intimidation around the country. Again, Ron DeSantis said that election monitors could not come into the state. Bomb threats in a couple of places. I mean, just awful.
I missed bomb threats. Those were called in today.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, and that's probably par for the course. I'm sure every time we have these, there are some people that do that anyway. Just as a matter of course.
Nick, real fast. There's a good question. I'm wondering if you have a thought on this. Jake says, "When's the last time the Democrats ran a president from their base?" I mean, if we're talking about in the midterms, basically never. It's the Democratic move to run away from the president. If we're talking about the president coming from the base, the closest thing that we have is Barack Obama coming from nowhere to win. That's the closest thing. But I don't think Obama is a base candidate. I don't know.
Well, what about Bill Clinton then?
Yeah, I mean, you could make that argument, but that was also like the DLC sort of evolving. I mean, that's just not what the Democratic Party does, really,
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, we haven't looked at Wisconsin. That just made me realize we haven't even taken a look at Wisconsin yet.
Speaking of that, do you ever get the feeling that like James Carville just got really, really lucky and then doesn't know anything about anything and just sort of gets to go on TV and pretend like he does?
Nick, I think that all the time.
Do you? Because that's how I feel. Whenever he comes on, I just feel like he.
Here's the thing about Carville. Carville was really good, and God, I can't believe we're talking about James Carville tonight. Jesus, God. James Carville's talent was coming up with very, very catchy ads and sort of slogans to sort of define the race. The Clinton machine was based entirely on the DLC and also the new Democratic machine. That's all that happened with him. Like once he got past all of his scandals, like Carville and Stephanopoulos, like they were the only thing they had going for them was they were going up against H.W. Bush, and his team sucked.
Yeah.
Like, sucked. He had nothing. He literally just thought that the Iraq War, the first Iraq War, was going to just usher him in, right? You don't change horses in midstream, and that was it. And then he was just a sitting duck. That's all that was going on, period.
You know, it's funny because he should have learned from the Bay of Pigs that, you know, that wouldn't have happened. Like when they figured they'd be able to send the, never mind, that's my JFK stuff. But nonetheless, the real quick point of that was they thought they could send in, you know, military people from Cuba to attack, and then Kennedy would be forced to invade, and they didn't invade. So same thing here. They thought that the country would have to say simply, yes, we must keep him in because we're in the middle of this war, and it didn't work. They mistimed it is all it was, right? Don't you think that just to diverge for a second, they should have stopped, gone into Iraq in, you know, 6 months later than they did?
That's a quandary. I mean, listen, Nick, in the past couple days, I've become an unofficial advisor to the Kemp and DeSantis campaigns. I don't want to go down that other road.
Right. Fair enough.
But the timing was terrible. I'll just say that. And if they wanted to make that like the basis of the 92 campaign, they failed, period. And again, H.W. Bush was actually, you know, H.W. Bush was a little bit like one of those old presidential candidates who thought it was beneath him to run. Do you know what I mean? Like back in the old day where like you didn't go out and ask people for votes. You just kind of like you know, you had front porch campaigns.
Yeah, I mean, he expected to win, right? He expected that position. He thought that he was just going to be given to him, right? I think like that he deserved it. Oh, someone wants to know. Let's put this on the screen. Let's do some fancy stuff. Carolyn wants to know, how is MTG doing tonight? How is Marjorie Taylor Greene? Should we?
Oh God, I didn't want to have to think about MTG.
How do I do this over here in the house? It doesn't get granular for me on this website. Does anybody know?
God, look at JD Vance's face. Look at that. Look at that piece of shit. Oh God, I hate JD Vance. Woo!
And see if I can't. Let's see if I have any results.
I was going to wait a minute to grab a beer, Nick. I can't do it now. I gotta grab me a beer.
You're gonna grab
it. God. Oh.
Well,
God,
listen.
JD Vance.
That lead getting bigger? Let's see here. For
oh, I hate JD Vance.
Yeah. Well, and do you want to? And people might have missed. You know, might have not realized why you hate him so much personally. Do you want to?
Well, I hate him because he's a class traitor first and foremost. I hate him because he sold out his entire family. He lied about being a hillbilly. He actually grew up in Ohio and pretended like he came from, you know, West Virginia hillbillies. He sold out his mother, made money off of the fact that she was an addict, and then basically created a self-help book so he could make money off of a bunch of East Coast liberal wealthy people who wanted to believe that poor white people didn't deserve any help. Fuck JD Vance. Fuck him until the day he dies. Fuck JD Vance. One of the most disgusting people in American culture.
Well, with that, we have a special guest who's going to join us right now. And let's bring her into the stream, shall we? Danielle.
Hey!
What a way to come in. Oh,
Danielle,
my God.
I didn't know you were waiting. I had things to say. Hi. Danielle Moody, everybody. Welcome, Danielle.
Hello. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That
How's it
was
going?
amazing.
No, fuck him till the day he dies. I'll celebrate, and I'm going to outlive him. So,
wow.
There's that.
Wait, didn't you get into it on Twitter with him directly?
I got into it everywhere with him on Twitter. I'll say this real fast, Danielle. I don't know if you know this, but so have you ever read Hillbilly Elegy?
I did not because I didn't feel like I needed to. But
good for you, because you had empathy for human beings and you weren't a white East Coast liberal cable news person.
Correct.
Yes. So JD Vance in his book, I'm trying to close my cooler with all my beer. JD Vance said JD Vance, and I'm gonna paraphrase this. He said that the reason why white voters didn't like Obama wasn't because they were racist, but because he was the man that they couldn't be, and he had nice suits and he ate nice things, and that was it. It wasn't white supremacy. Danielle, I give you the floor.
I mean, for the love of God, I did not read Hillbilly Elegy, but I did read my friend who comes on my show all the time, Dying of Whiteness,
Yep.
Dr. Jonathan Metzl's book, which was so much more on par, but with that same community, with that same group of people, but coming from a vantage point of not so much the empathy and what makes these people tick, but it's just like if we're trying to create a multiracial coalition, what is it that where is the gap? Where are the gaps? And I think that with the JD Vance, I mean, it's the same thing with Trump. It's the same thing with all of these Trumpers that are running for office. And I'm assuming now, the polls have closed, at least on the East Coast, that they punch down. They punch down. There's nowhere, no better way to say it that they punch down. But the thing about these folks is that they know what makes their people tick. So they just feed into their worst sentiments, right? So it isn't that Obama is an intellectual. It isn't that Obama is deeply filled with compassion and empathy. It isn't that he is the embodiment of the American dream. It isn't any of these things. It's that he's an elitist, that is that too good Negro that thinks that needs to be put back in his place.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And so that to them is the steady refrain that they know that their base will lap up, because to not lap it up would be to take responsibility for yourself and understand that the reason why you are positioned in life currently in the way that you are, with other people outpacing you, isn't because they are greedy, isn't because they are robbing from you. It is because you've been fed a lie that told you that you could stand still and still be considered exceptional. Where the rest of us were forced into a race that there was never a level playing ground for. And so we always had to overcompensate, right? Get more degrees, do more things, have more extracurricular, be more charming, do the double speak in order to get what you were born with. But by virtue of your laziness, frankly, and that's how I articulate it now, is that you were told that you didn't need anything other than a high school diploma. You could buy a home, have a car, have retirement, have all of these things. And by virtue of the fact that the world has changed and you no longer have that, isn't because industry has changed and you haven't kept pace. It's because everybody else is robbing from you. And that's a much easier pill to swallow than to look in the mirror and say, what is my responsibility in this?
I completely agree. And Danielle, I'm so glad you were able to come on. I've been looking forward to this forever. Just to go ahead and set the table, we want to hear where you feel about things. Nick and I have been talking. I've been looking at the numbers. I was saying, listen, I think it's pretty clear that the Republican Party is going to win the House. The Senate race and the governorships are sort of what's up in the air right now. I've said that so far, the idea that the Democratic Party was going to totally collapse, we're not seeing that yet. We're actually seeing some not encouraging signs, but like it does not look like it's going to be a total wipeout. There's going to be races, I think, that are going to go one way or another. What is your feeling as of right now, 9:03 p.m. Eastern? What are you feeling?
It's the same thing that I was feeling, Jared, last week. It's the same thing that I have actually come to a really steady place of. And I had so many text messages coming in today to say, Danielle, are you going to be okay? Like, is everything okay? Kind of on like some type of a padded room watch for me. And the reality is this, regardless of tonight's outcome, which we won't know tonight, obviously, we'll probably know maybe by the end of the week, maybe not, maybe into earlier next week. I hope not, right? Regardless of the outcome, we're still getting up in the morning and fighting for freedom.
Amen.
Right. And this is the thing that I think that people have to understand, is that what we have been fed is this idea that every 2 and 4 years, we can pay attention to our freedom and to democracy. Every 2 and 4 years, we've kind of been lulled into this space of complacency that you and I have talked about, and I know that you two talk about all of the time on your show, where it's that democracy is something that just happens kind of like breath. Well, breath happens until it doesn't, right?
Yep.
And disease comes from dis-ease. And for me, the disease and the cancer that has attached itself to our political environment is one that has come from a place of neglect.
Absolutely.
Right? It has come from a place of neglect where we have been told that if we just go into that voting booth and vote, then we can go back to minding our own good goddamn business. And other people, these representatives, will do the hard work for us.
Yep.
Well, in the absence of us being present and vigilant to what they are doing, they decided to attach themselves to those that are actually padding their pockets. Because at the end of the day, what Wu-Tang Clan had said, cash rules everything around me. So if you are not going to be the ones that are going to be providing me with the resources in order for me to set myself apart from the constituents that I'm actually supposed to represent, I want to be set apart from that. Well, then I'm going to latch myself onto those that tell me that I'm special. Those just happen to be special interests. They're not the interests of the whole, but I don't care about the whole anymore because most of you aren't paying attention anyway. So for me, the reality of this election and the turnout and where we are is that freedom is something that is a consistent part of our progress. It is a part of the responsibility of being citizens of this nation. It is a part of what it means for each generation to do its work to perfect our union. And what I have decided is that whether or not Republicans win or they lose, or it is this narrow space, or we're at this 50-50 place, is that I've removed my ego from it, Jared and Nick. I'm not going to see the fruits of this labor.
Absolutely.
What we are all doing is planting seeds. What we are all doing is our part. And the reality for me is that I am more so functioning in the abolitionist mindset, which is that abolitionists and those that were enslaved and then would become free were creating and designing a campaign and activism and work around an idea that was so improbable after centuries of enslavement, after centuries of what actually built this country. They came up with this idea of abolishing the very fabric, the very wealth that created this nation. And they said, no, we're not going to do this. And so for us in this moment right now, it isn't about what we can see and what we can pat ourselves on the back about and say, oh, we did this thing. It is going to be about the seeds that we plant for future generations and recognizing that democracy is something that you consistently work for. It's not something that you can neglect like a snake plant and hope that it will just stay alive, right? It's something that actually requires attending to. And I hope that that is what comes out of the destruction of the idea of the current democracy that we were born into that is no more.
Yeah, and what you just said is so important in the sense of why we need to continue to study what really happened in our history. I think that is supposed to be what is motivating us to continue doing this project into the future, even if we don't get to see it ourselves. I think the only problem we have with wrapping our heads around this is that we're seeing the Republican Party gaining ground with people of color because they probably feel disaffected by the Democrats. And so there's only one other party to choose. And that's what's so frustrating because it's a worse decision. But in some respects, it's like, well, we're all being neglected by this party. So we don't have any other choice. And that is what kind of becomes a little soul killing because now this racist, white supremacist group of people who are trying to run the country their way are going to gain seats and they're going to gain more power.
I want to say, and Danielle, I want to hear what you have to say about that, but I want to say very quickly, the Democratic Party could sweep this election tonight, and there would be reason to celebrate, but it's not a celebration. The fact that any of this is as close as it is, the fact that the Republican Party has become what they are, that anti-democratic, white supremacist, fascistic, you name it, the fact that they can do that in public and still get millions upon millions of votes. The fact that they can trot out Herschel Walker, Mehmet Oz, Johnson, you name it. Carrie Lake. The fact that Carrie Lake is going to be the next governor of Arizona, period. Like this, honestly, it's like a loved one having a medical event and being rushed to the hospital.
Yep.
And maybe they make it through the night, but there's hard truths to sit with, right? Which is, how in the hell did we arrive at this position? How in the hell did it get this far? We now have to do different things. And I'll say very quickly, I want to hear what you have to say, Danielle, because I need to look at numbers for a second. I think one of the problems here is not only, and that we have plenty of time to talk about what the Democratic Party has done wrong, because my God, have they done a lot wrong. And my God, have they turned their back on everybody, more or less, outside of a special group of corporatist and wealthy professional managers, you name it, and corporations themselves. But on top of that, what the Republican Party has figured out, and what you just brought up, Nick, in terms of the Republican Party making inroads into like demographics, people for years have said, oh, the Democrats are going to be fine. Demographics are destiny. The black people, the Hispanics, they're all going to vote for the Democratic Party. What they underestimated is something that this country doesn't like to deal with, and that is whiteness.
Come on.
And it's the idea of what whiteness is, and the idea that they believe that whiteness is static. And no, whiteness is totally attached to capitalistic exploitation. And those things go hand in hand. And that is something that this country doesn't like to deal with. And it's the reason why the Republican Party is probably going to gain a measure of control tonight, which is that white people, particularly a certain segment of white people, are more than comfortable with authoritarianism, particularly if it means protecting their wealth and their power. Danielle, I'm so sorry. I needed to jump in there.
No, absolutely. And I, so Nick, to go back to your initial point about who is gaining ground, right? About how Republicans are gaining ground with people of color. Here's the thing that we all have to reckon with and understand that we don't like to, which is the fact that there were always people that were living inside of the master's house. There were always those people that were living inside of the master's house that believed that their proximity to whiteness was going to save them or make their lives more advantageous than those that were out in the fields. And so when we understand that to be true, then all we need to do is modernize that same reality, which is that the proximity to whiteness, if I assimilate, if I speak this way, if I look this way, if I agree this way, look at Kanye West. I am a free thinker. It's amazing to me that your free thought is so associated with white supremacy and patriarchy. That's not freedom, right? That is being a puppet. And I don't care how much money you have behind you. But it is wanting to be accepted in such a way because you've only seen yourself through the eyes of the white gaze, right? The white eyesight, the white perception of who you are. That is where your value comes from. So there will always be that percentage. I don't want to pay attention to that percentage because they've always been there. But what's really enticing for media, for mainstream media, for cable news and all of these things is to say this, which only goes to bolster their campaign of peeling off. Because you see, the Republicans have done a really great job of peeling off 1%, 2%, this, that, and the other thing, and then creating this friction between marginalized groups, between oppressed groups, right? So that you're fighting around for the crumbs. And so, I don't even want to pay attention to that so much as to the point that we have a real problem with reconciling with reality. And it all goes to, and I think that, Ron DeSantis is a really good example of this, is the fact that he created legislation around white comfort. Because the idea of reality is too much, apparently, for this very fragile group of people. That's how Republicans treat them, right? Republicans treat white people like they can't possibly. If they were in A Few Good Men, you can't handle the truth. You are too fragile, right? You do not have the wherewithal to be able to muster the reality around who your forefathers and foremothers were in this country. And the reason why we're in this position right now is because we haven't had a forced reconciliation, right? And that doesn't mean the time that we have to be able to say, oh, you were wrong and I was right. It's just reality, right? Everyone in this country and their forefathers played a role. So why wouldn't you want to understand those roles? I think about what would have happened one of my big things, and I hope somebody in Hollywood will do this for me at some point in time. I want a movie, a film, a docuseries that would show us what Reconstruction would have looked like if it hadn't been disrupted by Jim Crow. If Reconstruction in this country post-Civil War had actually had 100 years in the way that Jim Crow did to exist, where we were, tearing down the walls that the slave masters and white men had put up, and we were then seeing Black state senators and Congress people and representation and all of these things. What would this country look like, guys, had that not just lasted but 12 years, the same way that the Obama years only lasted for 8? And now we're experiencing and in the midst of the white lash. Like, that's the place that I want to understand, is that regardless of what the outcome is, we're going to continue to deal with this because we don't ever deal with the truth.
Right. That's right. And by the way, I want to get your opinion on this, Danielle. I was just looking at the numbers. I want to get people updated on this. And Nick and I were talking about this earlier, Danielle, get you up to speed. We had recorded a preview show, and being a person who has a lot of experience in Georgia, I thought what was going to happen. And you want to talk about Reconstruction, and you want to talk about attitudes towards whiteness and blackness in this country. Georgia is a really weird state. They really, truly want to believe that they are more progressive than the rest of the South. What Nick and I had talked about and what I had said on this preview was I thought that the Senate race was going to depend on this bizarre split between Brian Kemp voters, people who couldn't bring themselves possibly to vote for a black woman in Stacey Abrams. They were going to vote for Brian Kemp, believing that he was a reasonable Republican. And then a lot of them were going to go ahead and vote for Raphael Warnock. And what we're seeing right now, and the numbers are in, we're a little over 60%. That's bearing out. It's bearing out right now in the results, both between Kemp and Abrams and Warnock and Herschel Walker. It is very, very close. And who knows how this thing's going to break. But the difference right now are split votes for Kemp and Warnock. I was wondering what your thoughts are on that, and of course the Warnock and Herschel race.
I mean, the Reverend Jamal Bryant did a gorgeous takedown that went viral last week on Herschel Walker and on what it was that the Republicans were offering up. And if you haven't seen it, folks, I tell you to go watch this 2 minute and 30 seconds of brilliance.
Historical. I thought it was amazing.
I mean, it was astounding. And, here's the thing that folks always forget. I always ask the question, is America more racist or more misogynist? And when it comes to Black women, it's misogynoir. It is both, right? So it doesn't matter that Stacey Abrams is overqualified for the position of governor. It doesn't matter that Brian Kemp is a slouch and a liar and a cheat and all of these things that he has shown himself to be. The idea that white men are going to vote for a Black woman to be in charge of them? Come on. Give me a break, right? And now I believe in Stacey. I believe that she has transformed the political landscape of Georgia by virtue of her get out the vote, by virtue of how she has gone door to door. The only way a Warnock is possible,
that's right,
is because of the work that a Black woman and Black women, because Stacey Abrams did not do this alone. There were many coalitions and many of political action committees led by Black women that were doing this. But the reality is that we don't reconcile with reality. Those white men in the South, whether they are Black or white, we're not voting for Stacey Abrams.
Right.
Because it's how we think about how we have characterized Black women in this country. Now, I think that there's a very obvious break, because there is no candidate that is more flawed, that is more representative of what the Republican Party thinks of Black men and Black people than putting up a Herschel Walker against a Reverend Warnock. The man threw a football, and you're thinking that all we do as Black people is follow a ball and not what is good for us. That what Reverend Jamal Bryant said is that white men have been telling Herschel Walker what to do his entire life, right? Where to sit, where to go to school, where to vote, where to do this, where to do that. So are we to think that this man is going to go into the Senate and be thinking for himself? Give me a break. He can't even put together 2 sentences, right? With a flashlight and assistance. So we think that all of a sudden he's going to be able to articulate his thoughts on big policy. But it's just like what the Republican Party sees is a Black man that used to be a sports hero. Oh, they'll go for it because that's how dumb they think that we are. That's how little they think of Black people.
You actually gave him too much credit. He didn't even throw the ball.
You know, I don't know sports, Nick. I don't even know. I couldn't even tell you what position the man played.
Yeah, I mean, listen. I think what he represents to a lot of, like, certainly the white Georgians who are racist is, hey, we aren't racist because we can vote for a Black guy. Like, look at that. See, it's clear.
That is true. That is true. But also one of the things that you saw, and Nick and I, we covered this on the podcast a little bit. When the revelations that he had paid, and by the way, it wasn't just one abortion; it's now multiple abortions.
Multiple.
And on top of that, not just multiple abortions, but multiple secret families. Also on top of that, years and years and years of abuse and violence, and just a record of lying and grifting, and what we heard explicitly, and again, like, and as somebody who spent a lot of time, who spent like over a decade in Georgia, there is a very, very special level of Southern racism that gets served up in a very particular way. And it is a man, the slavery and the Confederacy. What an awful time, you know. Like there were some good things, but you know, thank God we got over that unpleasantness. If only we could get over it. All this, and then meanwhile, in the same breath, this is what they said about Herschel Walker. He doesn't need to know anything. He doesn't need to do anything. They literally turned him into a body to go into the Senate and to do
their bidding.
Their bidding, which is one of the most white supremacist things imaginable. It makes my jaw drop, because to say that out loud, to experience that, and like to hear someone say that in person, and then to actually say it yourself, like it just boggles the mind. You know, it's a special level of white supremacy that has been on display here, that
they just don't even care about. Do you understand? Right. Like, if you cared, or at least had any feelings whatsoever, that you wanted to create a real competition with a Reverend Warnock, right? Yeah. I gotta think that there are plenty of other Black people, Latinx people who actually embody the Republican virtues and understand policy and how government works. But the way in which they have displayed how little they think, how the running of Herschel Walker is an insult.
Yes.
To not just to Black people, absolutely to Black people, but to the Senate, to government, right, as a whole, of how little you think about the process that is supposed to be a part of our democracy, that you would run this man of all people. It's absurd to me.
I want to take a second real fast to go ahead and reset this. Nick, Danielle, I'm looking at the numbers in Georgia. I'm taking a look at the counties. I'm taking a look at where all these votes are. Right now, Warnock, based on most recent numbers, is up just a little under 4 points. He's up to 51%. I got to tell you, you look at where the numbers are coming from. You look at the fact that if you get around Atlanta, you get around Savannah, You get around these major centers, Columbus, Augusta, right now. And listen, it's early. It's really early. But if this divide between Kemp and Herschel Walker continues, and if these votes keep coming in the way they are, I think there's a very good chance Warnock wins this. It's trending in the right direction. That's what I'm saying. So right now, based on where we are, we're at about 60. What do you have here? You have 58. The thing I'm looking at is it's 66. If Herschel Walker was if Herschel Walker was going to win this race, right? Like what you would expect at this point is you would expect Herschel Walker to be up about 2 to 3 points, and you would expect his numbers with Kemp to be simpatico.
Right.
You would expect those things to be partnered. Right now, everything is set up looking like Warnock has a very good chance of winning this race. And yeah, go ahead. Somebody, I need to look at some other numbers.
There's your thing in North Carolina as it's completely flipped now, and Bud is up 2 points with a lot more of the vote in there. It's worth noting that 58% isn't nothing. Like that's getting closer to the end than it's beginning.
And also to go ahead and update everybody. Also, it's very early. Pennsylvania looks good too. Just it's where it needs to be, but we can't say where it's going to go. But numbers wise, where you would expect it right now, 9:30 p.m. This is about where you would expect Fetterman to be.
Yeah. And here's a little bright, fresh sunshine here in this very early stage in Wisconsin, where Mandela Barnes has got a nice big lead over Ron Johnson, but that's not going to hold.
That's going to come back to earth, unfortunately. But
but that's the first reporting, 4% in.
But I got to say there's not a Democratic collapse at this point. It's just not happening.
But I don't know what that means. Did you guys really think that there would be a collapse? So much as like anything that we are going to see, like, I mean, I just look at what happened in Brazil.
Yep.
Right.
Me too.
As a forewarning or as foreshadowing for us, which is that we're no longer going to see blowout races.
No, we're not
anymore. Right. So I think to that extent, this is why every single vote matters.
Yes,
because we're talking about margins of 10,000 as opposed to hundreds of thousands or 1 million.
Right. Well, what's interesting is to figure out why that's changed as much as it has. Part of me wants to say it's because the Republicans have tapped into this vein of people that never had voted before, right? The sort of the conspiracy people and the kind of white supremacists, people who probably were so disaffected they didn't feel like they had any say anyway. How else do we explain that this sudden shift over the last decade of these races changing like they are?
Real fast, just to jump in, I just want to get people up to date on this. Pennsylvania and Danielle, we were talking about how a lot of these governor races are going to really have an effect on the Senate races. And what we're actually seeing, one of the things that I was afraid of, and I think I was waiting to see, was whether or not, much like the Kemp Herschel Walker disconnect, right? A lot of Kemp Warnock voters, we were going to see if Shapiro in Pennsylvania was going to have a hemorrhaging of voters going over to Fetterman. That's not happening either. You're not getting Shapiro Oz voters. It's just not happening. So real fast, Danielle, I want to hear what you have to say about that, but I will go ahead and say I didn't expect a Democratic collapse. For me, this was such a weird midterm with so many weird races and so many different dynamics at play that it felt like if you took a coin out and flipped it multiple times. But one of the things I think that we're seeing is I actually think that not everybody bought into this bullshit that the mainstream media was peddling, that our economic problems are a Democratic problem, and that the Republicans have some type of solution outside of putting the pain on Black people, poor people, gay and trans people. So the collapse, it's not happening. God knows where it's going to go. But go ahead, Danielle. I'm gonna look at these numbers real fast.
I think that what we're seeing in terms of these races, and again, we're only on the East Coast, uh, 29 minutes into the polls closing. But I think that what we are seeing is that the Republican Party just ran mini Trumps,
Yes.
caricatures of what they think that their base wants. They're not even really running real people. Do you know, like, they're
Yes, that's
running
right.
and I don't mean to dehumanize them in the way that they work to dehumanize Democrats, but I'm
They're
saying that they're
Yosemite
running,
Sam.
yeah, they're running caricatures, they're running Looney
Yes,
Tunes,
yes.
right? They're running Marjorie Taylor Greene on steroids and thinking that that's going to work. Now, what is disheartening, I think, for all of us that live on Earth One, is that you know we want to see blowouts because we want to see people be like Marjorie Taylor Greene. You want 20, 150? You want the Congress filled with people like her? You want government run by just a bunch of mini Trumps? We want to believe that people are better than they are. But the thing is that what Democrats haven't done is actually sell a message and sell an idea of values that people can rally behind. So for us, the reason why there isn't a blowout is because most people are trying to figure out how to fill their cabinets with prescription drugs and to put food on their table and put gas in their cars and wondering whether or not, like by virtue of them not turning themselves into human mules or cogs, that they're going to be considered as quiet quitting when in fact they're just trying not to work themselves to death. Like there's so much at play in this midterm that we can't even use rationale or history to inform us where we are because we've never been here before.
That's right.
Yeah, I think the other thing that GOP has transcended is the actual candidate itself. We've been talking about this on our show. They don't care about who the candidate is. It doesn't matter what their behavior is or who they are as a person anymore. They simply want a rubber stamp for the agenda that is wholly unpopular across much of the United States. And that's, you almost have to say that the next iteration, the Democrats will turn to that. And things like Al Franken stepping down from the Senate will no longer happen because we won't have that same kind of, standard either, because we know we simply want the person that's going to rubber stamp the important issues that we believe in.
I want to also say very, very quickly, we had talked about on the preview show, Joe Biden is between 40 and 43% approval right now. I think one of the things that we're seeing right now, and by the way, going back, Danielle, I think you're exactly right, because the conventional wisdom is that because of Biden's approval rating and because of what we understand about midterm elections, it'd be wipeout. It'd be a complete and utter wipeout, right? It would just be a shellacking, as Obama would say. But here's the thing. Social media, the proliferation of cable news, the way the media treats our politics, and the way, and I think this is actually the encouraging thing. And listen, I understand that I have a little bit of a reputation as a prophet of doom, but I am an optimistic person, and I'm going to tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
People are starting to wake up to this fucking bullshit. They're starting to understand that this isn't a game. They're starting to understand that their lives are getting worse, that
Yep.
you cannot care about politics, but politics cares about you.
Come on.
And here's the thing, and this is listen, you are never going to hear me talk about the American voting public as like really, really on the ball. They're starting to be. What we're seeing right now in this midterm with Joe Biden with a 40 to 43% approval rating, you are seeing a more sophisticated electorate. You're seeing a lot of people who are making choices on the Republican side because of white fragility, because of fear mongering, because of paranoia, conspiracy theories. There is another portion of the electorate that is like, I will be damned if I'm going to go into a voting booth and put my rights on the line and put my name on the line and put my integrity on the line to vote for Herschel fucking Walker. And that mindset is not anything to sneeze at. And this may very well end up in a bad case, but I have to tell you that I think what's happening in this country right now, even if things go sour for the next couple of years, and go back to what you were saying, Danielle, this is the soapbox I've been on in the past couple of months. The fight doesn't end November 8th, 2022. It can't. And I understand that people right now who are watching this, who are paying attention to it, who are involved, who understand the threat, they're tired. They're sick of caring about fucking politics. You know, it was like the Trump years aged all of us. I got so much white in my beard and my hair now because of the Trump years. We don't want to care about it as much, but we have to. And this shit has reached a point with these idiots and these racists and these fucking conspiracy theorists that I think we're starting to see, and maybe it won't pan out tonight. It's still early. I think we're starting to see a lot of people who say enough. And that's where my hope is, because it's got to build. And by the way, that's not sit here and say the Democratic Party earned anything tonight, because they failed. They have been beaten like drums over and over, messaging wise, political wise, strategy wise, mobilizing wise, all of it. Thank God Stacey Abrams does shit. Thank God there are people like Stacey Abrams who do shit, because the Democratic Party ain't doing it. They're just not. And that's the thing. The people who are tired of this shit, and they're tired of the Republican Party being what they are, it's time that the Democratic Party started to be the party of those people and started to pay attention to the old constituency that they backed out of. But I feel a little bit like things are shifting. I don't know. Danielle, does that sound about right?
I think that they are. I also believe that, humans need to see the dissolve of things before they recognize that they need to move in a different direction. I think that, look, everything that we have come to understand about politics, about democracy, about government, about our role as citizens, all of these things have been flipped on their heads. Guys, like, do we recognize, again, over 1 million people died in this country
That's right.
from COVID-19? Over 1 million fucking people died. And we just continue to go along like it's normal. We had the president of the United States literally put children in cages, write
Sterilized
numbers
people.
on their arm, sterilize people, which, by the way, is not something new for the United States. They've been sterilizing women of color since literally the beginning of time, beginning with the indigenous population that was occupied by the Pilgrims. Let's just be clear. But these things we kind of forget. And we love to say that this is not who we are. But the reality is that it very much is who we are. But I think that people are waking up because we've been fed a fairy tale.
That's right.
Well,
about like that. Go ahead, Nick. But that's what I believe.
Yeah, but think about this. The COVID response, which couldn't have been worse by Donald Trump, actually increased his base. It gave a whole new voice to people like Ron DeSantis. He made his whole career now, and he's going to launch a presidential campaign based on COVID and his ridiculous response to that. How are we supposed to be fed up and feel confident that this country understands where we're going and why it was so terrible when so many other people are like, hell yeah, I want more of that.
So here, I think you're exactly right, and here's the reason why I see what you're saying, and I want to retort it. The reason why Ron DeSantis was able to take off is because he took advantage again of Trump pushing power down to the state level. He didn't want anything to do with it. He didn't want to take responsibility for it. He was happy to let people die left and right. It goes down to the state level. DeSantis said, "I'm not gonna inconvenience you. You're not going to have to do anything. Live your life. Other people are going to die." By the way, particularly people with comorbidities, people of color, poor people, you name it. They're the ones who are going to die, which is the Republican platform, by the way. We're not going to make anything better for you. We are going to fuck the people you don't identify with and the people you don't like. They're the people. And by the way, eventually, when they're done fucking those people, they're going to fuck you. I'm just letting everybody know that. That's where that's going. It'll come back around because whiteness gets very, very thin at some point. It's the powerful protecting themselves. The problem here is that selfishness that we talk about, Nick, that individualism, like at least I can do what I want. Other people are screwed. Here is the problem, though. They have no answers for how to help anybody except for themselves and their wealthy donors. And deep, deep down, there is And I think it has to do with labor. I think it has to do with exploitation. I think it has to do with the fact that nobody in this country can get a fair shake, save for like 1 to 2% of the population. And they use whiteness, they use conspiracy theories, they use fear mongering. And I think some people recognize that. When I have conversations with people, who have Trump 2020 tattooed on themselves. You know what I mean? Like that's how they identify. And here's the thing. If you have a conversation about top-down power and wealth and exploitation, even they're like, Donald Trump is kind of full of shit. Like they even know it, right? But when we're having other conversations and it's about how do you, it's bullshit, CRT, groomers, whatever we want to call it, right? Fake shit. I think in this case, where they fall short is that none of these people, and JD Vance, by the way, had an answer. His answer is neo-fascism. He's the lone Republican on the board who had an answer. Blake Masters did too, but Blake Masters couldn't get elected like chief of his own house. Like that, those are the only people because they're neo-fascists. They're literally techno neo-fascists. They're the only ones with any solutions who are running for anything right now. And thank God Blake Masters is disgusting. And the voters can understand it, right? JD Vance, that's a different story. Don't get me going again. We got a long night ahead of us. But the whole point, they have nothing. They have no solutions outside of will make their lives worse. And that's the vulnerability. Yeah, Nick.
We have another guest we can bring on here. Not to say that this is not an amazing conversation, but I feel like, the more the merrier. We could always use a little injection of energy. So let me bring on a friend of the pod. Jason Needleman has also been on, who's a professor of political science at Laverne University and has been on the podcast before. So there he is. Jason, thanks for coming on the show.
Hey, guys. How you
Jason.
doing?
How's it going, Jason?
Good. Like you guys, I'm just like living the nightmare.
So, Jason, Jason, we wanted to hear very quickly, what's your take on things so far? How are you sort of looking at the situation? We've been talking about long-term stuff, post 2022, where this whole thing's going. Where are you sitting?
This will date me, and it's also a horrible reference. It makes your JD Vance reference look like progressive, but Jackie Mason used to do this joke about Ronald Reagan, where he would say, "Yeah, Ronald Reagan, he's a good guy. Only thing is, he's our first president who just isn't into politics. Just not his thing." And I sort of feel like that about American democracy. It's like we're just not that into democracy anymore. It's just not an interest.
Did you see, Jason? Did you see the exit polls yet?
Yes, some of them.
Danielle, did you see these that came out? 50% of all people across the nation said their number one concern was inflation. I want to say it was. Go ahead.
Yeah, your mic is it just your mic is it's acting up, and I'm worrying. Is it? I think it's just Jared's mic, right? It sounds like you're from outer space right now.
Oh, well, that's how I might have to go take care of this here in just a second. Real fast. Can you hear me okay?
Nope.
No.
I don't know what happened. Here, just come back into us and we'll get it going again. I think that's maybe the browser. Anyway, where do we leave off here? Because I was so busy listening to Jared say. Danielle, do you want to respond?
What was the question about the exit polls?
Yeah, go ahead, Jason.
No, just whether we'd seen the exit polls. I mean, the one thing that was a little bit encouraging that I saw early on was that it was heavily skewed toward white people had voted. And so it looked like there was, if you're on the left, it looks like there's hope for catching up a little bit as people of color start to register their preferences. And then I saw what you referenced earlier about the percentage that are voting on inflation versus democracy versus these. That I did not find comforting, to be honest.
I think I'm back. Am I good?
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, you're back.
Oh man, I have the nicest mic. Screws up constantly. Anyway, so yeah, Jason, I want to say off the top of my head, 50% of all people responding said that they were voting based on inflation, which I want to put quotes around because it's not
Correct.
Actually inflation. It's corporate gouging, but that's neither here nor there. I want to say 24%, maybe it was 44 actually. Is that right, Nick? Wasn't it 44?
Yeah.
44% said democracy was on the line, but also, Jason, we were talking about that. That's not just Democrats saying that they're concerned about Republicans. That's a lot of Republicans saying that Democrats are, of course, an existential crisis. What do you make of that? How do you approach those numbers?
I'll tell you what I thought was crazy is that they would report those numbers, at least in the mainstream press, as though it reflected the sort of concern about democracy that you and I might have, which is that Donald Trump started saying the election was rigged, and then Republicans started trying to pass laws that would suppress the vote. But from the beginning, I always thought that probably includes a lot of these people who have like the fake fears about so-called election integrity. And they're saying their concern is that, the democratic process isn't secure. But it's not for like the obvious rational reason. It's for the hysterical paranoid reason that, the election was stolen. And that's why they're registering a concern for democracy. So I'm not sure at all that you can assume the people that are voting because they're concerned about democracy are voting Democrat. I think you can probably pretty safely assume that most of the people who are saying inflation and crime are probably voting Republican. So those exit polls don't comfort me.
I will say real fast, and this is something we've been talking about a lot on the podcast. And Danielle, we talked about this a little bit earlier. The people who are voting for inflation issues, first of all, there's been no proof whatsoever that the Republican Party has anything approaching an economic plan. And then on top of that, it is also, it feels like a lot of maybe middle class, white, so-called liberals who are starting to talk themselves into voting against the administration. Does that check out, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's absolutely right. And what strikes me about it is, and I guess this is why I'm so depressed, it's just, all right, so you want to say you're going to vote on inflation, but these guys have not said one thing that they would do to address inflation. So that's how little democracy matters to these people. They don't even need a reason to vote Republican. So that's part of it.
But okay, and then with that in mind, like maybe it really isn't inflation, right? These are code words, but again, it's become a gamification of the system where they have to vote for the Republicans, right? Anybody's Republican is not going to switch their vote because the Democrats are doing great on the economy, right? Do we ever see that?
No, we don't. And I think to your point, Nick, is that it is all code words. Like the reality is that the people who are saying that they're voting on behalf of the economy or inflation is because they don't see their rights on the ballot, because their rights have never been on the ballot. And they think that they're going to buy their way out of any issues that they're going to be in. And they think that their whiteness is going to be the currency that is going to continue to, pay dividends. It's not. Right. And this is the thing. I continually go back to the Martin Niemöller poem from Nazi Germany, which is the first they came from. This is Republicans are going after low hanging fruit. And the fact is that Democrats have spent too much time trying to convince people that they should care about other people that they don't give a fuck about. And instead of recognizing that what actually is on the ballot, whether you want to understand it or not, is your freedom. Right? Is your freedom to decide how you want to live, where you want to live, who you want to live with, and how you want your life to move forward. That's on the ballot, right? And so whether or not you happen to be gay, you happen to be Black, Indigenous, a person of color, whether you happen to have a uterus, does not matter. And that to me is part of the larger problem. Democrats want to believe that voters are better than they are. Republicans understand that they fucking aren't, right? And so at the end of the day, the question is who is telling the better story, right? Who is doing the better PR? And that's the problem, is that Democrats think that they're too fucking good to do anybody's PR. They're too good to try and persuade people to come to their side of the aisle, because they think that you should just be born with this sense of like empathy and do-gooderism. And the reality is that most people are not, because they're going to put their own needs in front of everybody else. And if I am sold this idea that there just is not enough for everybody, if I'm being modeled scarcity, then I'm not going to be acting in an abundant mindset that says that I need to put other people's needs in front of my own. So right now they want to talk about the economy and inflation. And we know that every fucking Republican that has ever been in charge of government or ever been in charge of the executive branch has run this country into the ground. And it is always a Democrat that comes in and brings everything back to the forefront. But why is it that Republicans own the message around being better with business, being better with the economy, not because they are, but because they sell a tagline better. And so if there's anything that we need to understand in this moment, as we are witnessing the unraveling of democracy as we know it and what is coming in its place, it's unclear, right? Is the fact that, yeah, you need better messaging. You need better messengers. And we need to stop believing that people are better than they are and meet them where they are.
You know, here's one point I made earlier before you joined us, was that because it's such a homogenous group of people, it's easier to have message discipline in my mind, and especially because there's a mindset as well that is completely narrow, I would say, for a lot of the GOP versus a wide-ranging, group of Democrats who are trying to appeal to everybody, right, and trying to sort of feel like they're empathetic to everybody, and so it's almost like by definition impossible to have at least discipline in messaging, which then can in turn mean it's impossible to actually have good messaging. I would certainly think in the last 40 years, they haven't really been able to do that. So I don't know if there is a solution to that when you want to have a party that's trying to be as inclusive as it is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And I think, but here's the thing is that we all are always like, oh, the tent is too big. Like we have so many people. But what we have to understand is that it's just easier to sell fear. That it's just easier to do that. But if you decide to actually meet people where they are and figure out what is driving people, right? What drives people is their ability to be able to care for themselves and their families, right? What drives people, like what moved people in the civil rights movement was not like, oh, I'm seeing all of these Black people being hosed down and beaten to shit in the streets, so I must put my whiteness on the line. No, it just started to become economically disadvantaged. It was an economic disadvantage to continue to try and create these two societies under one banner that is America, right? Like it just started, oh, here's something that we're missing. An entire pocket of people that we could be getting money from, right? Like, and so I just think that it is the winning is in the appeal, the winning is in the messaging, the winning is in the PR, and that's what Republicans have had in spades. It's not just easier to sell fear, but it's the fact that they recognize that that's all they need to cajole out of people is this idea of somebody is coming for your stuff. Even if it's just a fucking dirt heap that you have, it's yours. So you need to protect it.
And I want to say, and I wanted to jump in on this real fast. The problem in all of this is that the Democratic Party needs to make some sort of change. They need some sort of plan, some sort of new horizon. We talk about it all the time, Nick. You offer a new deal, a fair deal. You offer the Great Society. You offer a change. You have to float an idea. You have to prep the ground for it, and you have to build a coalition to make it possible. Meanwhile, we are in a current political consensus. We're in a late neoliberal consensus, which, by the way, like rolled back standard of living. And what Danielle just says, completely correct. A lot of people look at rights and privileges as, sacrosanct. They're just there, right? Part of the reason why we had the expansion of rights and privileges and social programs is because America was growing. It was the post-war society in which America became the superpower and was constructing its, alternative to the Soviet sphere of influence. Guess what? We reached that. Neoliberal globalism is starting to roll back. It's in trouble. There has to be an alternative. The problem is right now, you can't just go out and say, hey, here's the answer to the problems. The Republican Party doesn't have answers. The Republican Party only can say who caused the problems, and they lie about it. And they use racism, sexism, you name it, right? Conspiracy theories. The Democratic Party is stuck defending these institutions. They are stuck basically saying, we can do some things here and there. We can means test some stuff, right? We can, and by the way, I'm sorry, you don't go into fucking Ohio and you're like, hey, I know your town got ruined, but we're going to means test the shit out of this. You got to fill out some forms. We got some experts and technocrats over here who will take care of this. That doesn't do it. It doesn't. And going back to that idea, you got to make some people uncomfortable. You have to give them alternatives. The Democratic Party doesn't have anything, and the Republican Party doesn't have solutions. The only thing that they have is that they are shameless enough to go ahead and appeal to the worst instincts of people, to say, okay, maybe I can delay my pain. I'll put it on the people that I don't like. Jason, does that check out? We can argue about this.
Yeah, it does. One thing they do have, as Danielle said, is they have a story. It's not a story that speaks to us.
Yes.
But it is a compelling story. And I've been thinking about this. And I would say you need 3 elements to tell a good political story. And one is you have to know who you are. You have to have an account of who you are. You have to have an account of who your enemy is. And you have to have an account of how you're going to overcome that enemy to get where you want to go. The left has no such story. I would say the socialist left does. I would say the Bernie campaign did. Whatever you want to say about the Trumpists, they tell a good story, right? We know who we are. We're the real Americans. We're the people who've been here, who made this country, who built it, and who are being stomped on now through no fault of our own, right? And we know who the bad guy is. We know who's like getting in our way. It's the black and brown people. It's the coastal elites. It was the Muslims.
It's also the Jews. Give Nick his props here. Come on.
Now it's the Jews. And what do we do? And
Jason's on those meetings. Don't worry about it.
What do we do? What do we do to win? Well, we build a wall, or we deport them, or they've got a story they can tell about how we're going to defeat the enemy and get where we want to go. So we don't like that story. It's an ugly story. It's a depraved and dark story, but it's a story. And I don't think you beat a story with no story. Like you're saying, I don't think you beat a pretty compelling story, an evil one, but a compelling one with means testing, or we'll run the empire a little bit smoother. We're not going to dismantle the empire. We'll just run it. So it's like
our bombs are woke, Jason.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be dropped by female fighter pilots for the first time, and there's no enemy, and there's no coherent account of who we are as a people because of what Danielle said about this kind of cynical strategizing to piece together a coalition and not telling a real story about what a mass movement would be. But if we start talking too much about this, what you end up getting to, I think, is a story about a multicultural, cross-racial movement of the working class. Like George Floyd's a perfect example. The George Floyd protest to me was a moment where we kind of got a sense of what we could be if we kind of stopped playing this game of racial division. But of course, we've got the whole right wing that is exploiting those divisions, and that's really our enemy that we have to overcome.
So
why they're able, but I just want to say really quick, the reason why the exploitation is able to happen isn't just because it's low hanging. It's not just because people are easily manipulated. They are, but it's because of the stories that we've been feeding through public education as one of the biggest proponents and upholders of white supremacy. You teach people from the time that we are able to read and write the story, the lie of white exceptionalism, the lie of this country's founding, and then anything that now, after all of these decades of embedded fictitious beliefs, comes in contrary to that, people are spinning on their heads. So when we're trying to say to you, oh my God, we want a multiracial coalition of people, what the fuck are you talking about? Right? White people are great. We discovered everything. We created everything. We discovered everything. And that's why you all are here. Right? And so now all of a sudden you're trying to sell them a different story. And it's just but you actually have never been a part of, right, the telling of the truth, the unraveling of the tale. It's why you have to ask yourself, why are we battling in school boards right now? Right? And it's because of this idea of us saying, you know what? Remember that story of Columbus, the story of the Pilgrims? It's bullshit. That's why.
And I want to say real fast, because I want to give people an update on something. I want to keep people apprised of it. But I want to say real fast, Danielle, that lie that is within public education, conventional history as it is, that is not only fading and being pushed against, it has to be refortified, which is part of this whole thing. That's why they're taking over school boards. That's why they're taking over curricula. Real fast, I want to get people up to date on something very, very quickly. There's something that's happening in Georgia. There is the split ballot between Kemp and Warnock. That is happening. Here's the bad news. Kemp versus Abrams is way overperforming, I think, what people probably expected. We're going 8 to 9 votes or 8 to 9 points at this point. The problem in all of this, and this brings us back to something Danielle said, which is the absolute distrust and dislike of this region of a Black woman. This is the problem, is that Kemp, who, by the way, has a terrible ass record in Georgia, has absolutely no platform in every single possible way. And what is happening is that Walker is benefiting from the ballots that are not getting split. But the split is still there. But right now, that's sort of troubling the line. I just want to get people up to date on that, because that is what's happening in Georgia.
Yep, we can see that right on the screen, what they're going through on CNN. That's really, really frightening and disheartening, because, again, it was very strange when you brought this up, I think, last week, how there was going to be a split like that, Jared. And but it made sense. But obviously, that's not going to hold. Or, I mean, we'll see if it holds, but it's certainly not going to be something that's going to be that significant.
I just want to say, if you're watching this stream right now, and if you're looking at the thing, I'm sitting over here looking at another map of Georgia. Atlanta, there are huge parts of Atlanta that aren't being counted yet. So what we're looking at right now, there's no telling, but those are Warnock votes, and early votes are going to be part of it. This thing it's going to be close. It's going to be really, really damn close. Jason, am I reading this right?
One thing that's possible, I mean, you're more optimistic than me, but one thing that's possible, I think unlikely, is that Warnock gets like a pretty substantial win. I mean, let's face it, Walker is an absolutely atrocious candidate. I mean, it is pretty hard to imagine worse unless you dream up like a Mehmet Oz, who's not even from the state. But it is possible. Maybe Warnock, maybe at the end of the day, he wins by like 4. And if that's the case, then the Kemp Abrams thing, maybe Kemp just, wins by what we expected him to, maybe by 3 or 4. But what's worrisome is that Kemp has coattails and people who just come in to vote and like you're saying, they don't split and they just, I'm here to vote Republican. I'll just vote Republican all the way down the ticket.
Yeah, it's Georgia. We're not going to see Georgia tonight. That's just not going to happen. No possibility of it. The split though with Kemp is incredible. Real fast, I want to go ahead and spotlight something, because it's a mirror image of what we're talking about. It's sort of the opposite. Pennsylvania is still holding strong. Shapiro is still whipping the absolute shit out of Mastriano, which, my God, there's no amount that he can beat him by that is appropriate. And again, we talked about this, Nick, ad nauseum. The question was, are people going to vote for Shapiro and then go ahead and vote for Oz because of concerns about Fetterman's health? We're not seeing that yet. And that was something I went into tonight really, really worried about, ethically, morally, existentially. But we're not necessarily seeing it. There are numbers there. There are people who are splitting that ballot, which makes no sense outside of the health facet. But right now, Pennsylvania still looks about where it should.
Yeah, that's closer than I kind of would like, though. I mean, these numbers are, from the AP, and they're updated at 37% coming in. So, I guess the question is, and it typically means that inner cities are going to end up being later, right? Their votes come in later. They have to count more. And that's good for Fetterman. But I don't know. I don't feel terrific about this, a 5-point lead at this point for some reason. Does that make sense, or am I crazy?
I mean, I don't think that you're crazy, but I just can't allow my spirit to swing into despair and desperation, because I will just say again, for people that are joining, and I'm looking in the comments of folks that are coming here as a reprieve from cable news.
Yeah, no.
There are a lot of folks that are just like, I can't deal with cable news anymore. is that, look, you know, the problem is that our politics has always been treated like a horse race. Our
That's right.
politics has always been treated like a sporting competition, as opposed to something that has grave, you know, bearing on your life. And I think, you know, Jared, you had said something earlier, which is, you know, people are tired, and they're tired of talking about politics, and they're tired of doing this. And I'm just like, you know who you should talk to? People that have been living under authoritarian rule and dictators. And look at how fucking tired they are, right? Tired of just continuing to toil away and knowing that regardless of what it is that they're doing, their lives will never get better. The difference between democracy and authoritarianism and dictators and fascism is the possibility of the thing. You lose possibility when you lose democracy, right? It doesn't mean that it's going to be perfect. It means that there's a possibility of something that is better. And you lose that when you have, you know, folks like the Trumpists come in and say, oh, okay, well, we're going to tell you how to think, what to do, where to go. And if you disagree with us, you go into jail.
Danielle, I want to build off that, because you're exactly right. I want to use an example and to go ahead. And I'm so glad that people are coming over, because a lot of this coverage is absolute horseshit, which is why we're doing this, first of all. Second of all, I want people to think about apocalypticism. The idea, like, you know what I mean? Like these novels and movies about like society collapsing, suddenly services aren't there, you don't have electricity. Guess who feels that? The second and third world. People who live that every single day. The anxiety is that America will feel bad, that you will feel bad, that the spoils of empire, that the spoils of American exceptionalism will suddenly be taken from you. And here's the thing. Politics was for a very, very long time a pastime, Chuck Tottery, if you will. The idea that you sit around and it's just something that you talk about at parties and you have conversations about, and who won, who lost, what were the strategies, that whatever. People started to wake up in 2016 when Donald Trump came around, and they thought, oh my God, something's wrong here. It might get to me, right? It might somehow or another affect me. And then all of a sudden people like woke up and they're like, oh my God, I need to pay attention to what's going on. Here's the difference. And here's the question, I would say. Can you take that, people actually waking up and remembering that politics matters and that you can make a better world with it, and you can treat better, you know, treat people better, have a better egalitarian world, a more humane, more human world? Can you take that and turn that into positive action? Because the status quo before Trump was fucked. The world before Trump was fucked. It needed to change. It just so happened that he was an infection, a sickness that made it obvious for people. And the question now, and Nick, you have something to say, but I just want to point out, the question now is not about your convenience. That is on the line, whether or not your life gets better or worse. That is on the line. But it's time to start thinking beyond that, beyond politics as a game, a pastime, a horse race. It's time to start questioning, how do you make a better world? I'll just say that. And Nick, you had something to say.
I believe you promised not to say the words Chuck Todd on this show. So that's a problem. But if you want to know,
I mean, he said Chuck Tottery. It was Tottery.
We might have to add that to the list, but nonetheless, here's the thing I think is interesting, because what we're describing and what we want to get to requires the children to be educated in a certain way to learn that, right? And I would argue this, like I would defy anyone to watch the Schoolhouse Rock's version of American Melting Pot, if we all remember that song, and not like get teary-eyed and about what they were trying to tell us what the United States is supposed to be about. And then also try and picture your you know, really red MAGA person watching that now and thinking, oh yeah, I'm going to show that to my kids, because they railed against that kind of stuff for decades and decades. It's indoctrination, and they won, right? Reagan got rid of the requirement to have educational programming during Saturday morning cartoons. And so this is a direct result of it as well, where if we want to even start planting the seeds, like you mentioned earlier, Danielle, this is going to take a long time, and we need a lot of, I'd almost say, more reach of the children to let them, to teach them better about what we're a stand for and what we're about, and not have to deal with watching these horrible scenes play out at the you know, parent conferences or, you know, the school board meetings.
But that, I mean, that's the point that you know, and folks don't know this. So let me offer why I care so much about education, because I'm a former teacher. I had my master's degree is in early childhood education. I believe wholeheartedly in education. and particularly creating global citizens that care about their effect and understand their power, not only in the country that they live in, but the collective power that they have around the world. And the purpose of what the Republican Party is doing, and I'm so glad, Nick, that you mentioned Reagan, and where these things began. This is not new strategy that the right is having, right? It's just the fact that Democrats have never combated it. Democrats' response to everything that Republicans throw at them is that, that's not me. Like, that's not true. And then they go on and still use their talking points to define who it is that they are. You can't be defining yourself through the eyes of your enemy. That's what Democrats do. And so instead of us saying, like, what kind of workforce do you want in this country? What kind of citizens do you want in this country? What kind of productivity do you want? Because when we're talking about innovation and being leaders and exceptionalism and all of these things, that doesn't come from a place of scarcity. But when you start banning and burning fucking books, when you start telling people that they can't say certain words, you are limiting possibility. And so if at the end of the day, all you give a fuck about is money, right? Where do you think that comes from? And so it's the way in which, again, we meet people where they are, where we have these conversations and we decide that, you know what, you're running these slate of people at the school board. This is who we run it. You running these people, a bunch of people for city council. This is who the fuck we're running, right? We don't do that.
Jason, real fast, I was wondering if you had a chance to look at a couple things to go ahead and reset the board. I'm looking at both Pennsylvania and Arizona right now. Arizona, the numbers are coming in. We're at about 41%. Mark Kelly's doing pretty well.
Thank God. Please, I need hope.
Blake Masters one of the worst candidates. I mean, just one of the most absolutely detestable faces we have. Pennsylvania, Fetterman is still doing really, really well. Jason, what are you paying attention to right now? What are you seeing?
Okay. The first thing I looked at was Florida.
Yeah,
and freaked out with Republicans now just outright winning Miami-Dade.
Yep.
So I thought, wow. It's a wave. I mean, if they're going to win Florida by that much, it's a wave. But I think Florida might just be like a weird ass place because that doesn't really seem to be true. The other place I was looking was
well, Jason, real fast on Florida.
Yeah.
We were talking earlier about the fact that the Democratic Party has pretty much given up on Ohio. I never thought I would say this. The Democratic Party has kind of given up on Florida as well, have they not?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Isn't that shocking? Did you ever think, as like a political scientist, you would be looking at that? They gave up on Ohio and Florida almost completely.
No, I mean, we thought it's going to go the other way. You get the browning of America. Yeah. Same in Texas, that it's just a matter of time.
It's time when Ohio was like that, would decide everything.
Ohio and Florida were it.
Yeah, well, there was a time when Ohio had gone with the winning candidate in 15 straight presidential elections. It was bellwether. It was classic bellwether. It was the one you would learn about in your political science class.
Yep.
The thing I heard about Ohio is that it actually worked to Ryan's advantage that the Democrats pulled out the funding because that became his whole campaign.
He's not a Democrat, right? Yes.
Yeah, exactly. That I'm I don't know what he is, but I can work with Republicans or whatever, however they put it. But it worked to his advantage to be able to say, look, I'm one of you. They've abandoned me too. Just like they've abandoned this whole state, they've abandoned me. And it's worked partly because he's going against JD Vance, who's such an obvious fraud. And
also on that note, have you ever seen I don't know how else to say this. Have you ever seen a campaign that was based so much on publicly humiliating an opponent and basically saying that there's no other way to put it, basically calling them a cuck on stage? I've never seen anything like the campaign that Ryan ran, and I think he's going to lose. I think JD Vance is going to win this seat, but holy God, that, it worked. Did it not?
It was very effective. And I guess it's sort of the Democrats' semi-appropriation of Trumpism, a kind of way to turn it to your advantage.
Yes.
I think Fetterman did something similar in the early days with Oz, just a campaign of trolling.
But it's a clever trolling, right? There is a bit of a thought process behind it that's smart, right? In a way. And that's sort of the high road of trolling. does it work as well as the other version?
They're such losers. That's the thing. They're so pathetic. Like the entirety of the Republican project is based on being just paranoid, weak losers. And I think Ryan absolutely like benefited from calling that out.
Yeah, but like both you and Danielle were saying, I mean, you're only going to get so far when you play along in the kind of kabuki theater game. Like eventually it's got to get to structural issues. And, you know, it's to their advantage when we play this game on cultural politics. I think we've kind of learned that. We'll get some wins here and there when they nominate jackasses like J.D. Vance and Mehmet Oz. But I think like the lesson is that if the game stays like cultural like that, and they can do their whole like the school board stuff and the CRT stuff and the transphobia stuff and all of that, it's just we lose for playing. I mean, we got to find a way to get it onto structural issues. But the other thing I was going to mention for the early returns is Virginia. Remember in 2016 when we saw Virginia was going down, and we just thought, oh God, this could be a rough night. And I was looking at Luria and Spanberger, the two kind of, I don't know, moderate Democrats, if you want to call them that, who came in. They came in one of these swing years. Luria, and she's on the 1-6 commission. Luria, it looks like, is going down pretty hard. She's down by 8. But Spanberger is alive. I think it looks like she's going to win the last I checked. I think almost all the votes in. So you put that together with what you were saying about Fetterman and Ryan, and now I'm fairly confident it's not a wave.
Yep.
So that's something, I guess.
That's what I was saying when this thing started. Is all of the markers were there. In order for this to be a Republican wave, in order for this to be a 94 revolution type situation, you would have seen out of the gate. You would have seen, I mean, and we were talking about this a little bit, like these markers, like you would see Fetterman behind early. Like you would see Fetterman having to catch up. You would have seen J.D. Vance blowing the doors off Ryan. We talked about New Hampshire. I mean, my God, the Democrats were sending people to New Hampshire yesterday.
My son was there. My son was there 2 days ago.
2 days ago in New York. And here's the thing: you're going to watch Cockle, who is going to win re-election in New York. The Democrats were sending people there yesterday for the governorship of New York. You would have seen the numbers just totally. It would have been very obvious if this was going to be a Republican wave, but it's not. The question now is how much control are the Republicans going to have? And here's the thing: any control is too much. Let's just be fair about that. Even if they just get the House, it's going to be hell for a couple of years. Actually, Danielle, what do you? I shudder to say this, but if we are looking at a Republican-controlled House and it looks like that, like, what are your thoughts on that? What does that look like?
So I'm going to say something that may seem radical, but I'm just confused about why we think that we have to play by arbitrary rules that no longer apply. I'm just confused about if Republicans have thrown out the Constitution and we no longer actually understand the balance of power in the way that we did before. Tell me why I should give a fuck if if Kevin McCarthy has the gavel. Tell me why, if you cannot learn from your enemy in any type of way, then you're not paying attention. And I think that what people need to wake up to is the fact that Republicans have been waging a cold war in this country for at least the last 20 years, right? And so if Kevin McCarthy or whomever they anoint to be the Speaker of the House, who then is going to decide that they're going to impeach Joe Biden and put Hunter Biden in jail and do all of this bullshit, I'm just confused about why we think that the rules must apply to us when the rules are trash, when the rules have been trashed, and then we know that they are. So at some point in time, I think that we need to reconfigure things, and it's not going to be the Democratic establishment that's going to do it. It's going to be the people that are going to be like, you know what? Yeah, so we know that the Supreme Court is corrupt and is weaponized against the people. So when are the governors that are actually governors of blue states going to decide that, yeah, we're not rocking with this, right? Like we're actually not going to do this. We have to remember that all of the shackles that have historically grounded communities, whether it be enslavement, Jim Crow, the Holocaust, apartheid, were all legalized, right? They were all law. So when the laws are no longer right, when they're no longer steeped in values, when they're no longer steeped in a common understanding of how we're going to move forward as a community, then we need to make a decision, right? And so I think that personally, that's where I actually want people's minds to move. It's not like, oh, it's going to be a rough few years or a rough century. It's like you need to decide how you actually are going to move in this time. Are you going to allow people that have manipulated laws, thrown out the Constitution to dictate your movements going forward? Or as a collective, are you going to realize how empowered you actually are and say, yeah, and so no? And this is not an easy solution. It's not an easy pill to swallow, but it is something that I think that people need to understand.
Well, part of me feels like you're saying, great, do what the Republicans do and ignore subpoenas from the Congress, ignore impeachments. Is that what you're advocating for?
My reality is this. What grounds are Republicans going to be subpoenaing anybody on? Are we in for 2 and 4 years of Benghazi bullshit? Is that what we're going to do? And then we're going to say as Democrats that, oh, if we play by the rules, then they'll do the right thing. How many fucking times does somebody need to hit you on the head for you to recognize that they're using a mallet? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so at some point in time, people need to recognize the way in which the laws have been weaponized against them. And so do they matter?
I want to say something, and Jason, I want to talk to you about this also because I mean you study these institutions. Like that's what your gig is. My gig is to get on here and say a bunch of radical shit and not worry about the consequences. But I want to say this. My study of history has shown, and this goes off what Danielle is saying, these political social crises, when things get to this point, I'm talking about polarization, I'm talking about getting rid of the guardrails, right? This idea that the Democrats have peddled, Biden, Pelosi, Schumer, the idea that we just need the fever will break, right? The reasonable Republicans will come around on this thing and suddenly it'll all be better. If we can just, and by the way, this is a Democratic thing, and this is one of the reasons they have their trouble. If we just win this election, if you just give us money and win this election, it's going to get back to normal. These crises, these political crises, these social crises, and by the way, Danielle, I'm in complete agreement with you. Wipe your asses with those subpoenas. Like they've already said, we're not going to show up. So you don't show up either. And I'm sorry. And Jason, I can already see, like, I'm waiting to hear what you have to say. These crises, they don't just back away from the cliff. They don't just like sort of calm down. Like there are things that change. There are wars, there are crises, there are meltdowns, there are whatever. I think something fundamental has to change. And I think we have to address the inherent inequalities, the intentional inequalities. We have to talk about our institutions that were created, by the way, in order to protect white, wealthy rule in this country. Minoritarian rule, by the way, which is the only reason why Republicans have any power in this country. They are historically unpopular. They rely on these minoritarian institutions. I think something fundamental has to change. And I think when this thing shakes out, and I am optimistic, I think it will change towards the better, towards a more democratic sort of thing. Jason, I now cede the floor to you.
Well, I wouldn't make any predictions about the election, but I will make this prediction. Joe Biden will do exactly what you just said if and when the Democrats lose their majorities in either the House or the Senate. First thing he'll say is he'll come out the next day and he'll say, like you just said, I look forward to building bridges and working with the Republicans.
Right.
You know, we lost and we respect the outcome of elections. And we're going to have to try to make this work. And I believe there are enough real Republicans out there, not the MAGA extreme Trump Republicans, but real Republicans. We can get together and we're going to do something important for this country because we all love this country. That's a speech you're going to hear. I'll bet you anything you hear that speech from Joe Biden. As for whether the Democrats can just kind of fight fire with fire, in the discipline in political science, they call that like playing hardball, right? Hardball politics. And here's the problem with it. The Democrats have to appeal to a constituency that has more mixed feelings about those tactics. It's not just about, well, they've done it, and so we've got to like meet fire with fire. It's that they have a constituency that really gets off on the trolling and the liberal tears and the burning of the snowflakes, and punishing their enemies is what gets them going. And the Democrats have to appeal to a constituency that's more interested in the stuff you just ridiculed, the sanctity of the institution,
the managers,
playing fair and respecting. And actually, like, to be totally honest, the Democrats are right about that. I mean, it may be necessary to play hardball in the interim, but as you suggested, that would be an instrument to try to get back to a place where you could actually have a reasonable give and take. And so the actual impulse there on the left is the right one. And that impulse toward trolling and melting the snowflakes on the right is, I guess it's temporarily fun, but it's really destructive to the larger democratic project. So that would be my take. As much as we might want to do that, we on the left can't win elections, unfortunately, using the tactics that they use on the right. And that's what's going to stop Democrats from maybe going as far as some of us would like them to go in the hardball tactics.
I think that the reality here, though, is that we continue to play by a set of rules that no longer apply. This is not the 20th century anymore. This is not your grandfather and your great-grandfather's political system anymore. And so to not acknowledge that and think that somehow the fucking high road is going to save you at the end of the day, when these motherfuckers are scuba diving in the sewer and thinking that somehow by us preserving the idea of institutions that we are going to see a better day and a happier day is bullshit. And frankly, let me tell you something. The reason why Joe Biden's poll numbers are in the place that they are and why he sees these spikes is that he sees these spikes up when he tells the fucking truth. When he decided to go to Philadelphia and to talk about the Constitution and to talk about the soul of America, then he saw his poll numbers go up. When he actually does the thing that he said that he was going to do, like give student loan debt relief, lower drug prescriptions, and then talk about it in the way that he needs to talk about it, then his poll numbers go up. You want to talk to me about building bridges with people that defecated in the halls of our fucking democracy, and you tell me these are the people you want to build bridges with? Miss me with it. And that is what the majority of Democrats are thinking to themselves when they hear this. They're saying, these people are spitting in our faces. These people have taken literal the flag of this nation and beat the hell out of police officers that they say that they believe in with. And so you want me to extend a hand to people with a hatchet? That makes no sense to me. And so there has to be some way that we are able to both, right, recognize that sometimes you need to break rules that no longer apply in order to be able to move to a place where people can coalesce. You don't coalesce, right, without the recognition that you have been faulted. That's just not how reality works anymore.
Real fast, and Nick, I'm going to throw it to you here in a second. I have something to say about it. I want to hear what you have to say. I have a call. Shit's about to get messy in Georgia. Like the next couple of days in Georgia are going to be a mess. Listen, we're doing this. We're talking. The people who are already talking about election fraud in Georgia are going off. The Republican Party is already activated talk of fraud. They're already talking about the election being stolen. The next couple of days in Georgia are going to be, let me check my notes, wild.
Dangerous.
Wild.
You say wild, I say dangerous.
Nick, go ahead. Oh, Nick, you are muted, my man.
We've been waiting. Excuse me, I was typing. Now I'm not typing. We've been waiting for this moment for a long time during the show, and I'm really excited to say we have another guest who's going to join.
Oh, who we got?
Yes, it is none other than Wajahat Ali. Let's welcome him.
Yes, Waj.
Hi guys, pardon me. I'm in Florida. I will explain why. I'm not despondent. I'm just exhausted because, like a peasant, I flew coach with my 3 children and thousands of other children wailing. But it's good news, and I'll tell you why. Hopeful news. But pleasure joining you all. I listened to Danielle's rant at the end, and I agree with her. And also, I'll just say this. sometimes maybe Democrats should listen to us, because what we've been saying on our respective podcasts and shows is that if you show fire and passion, and if you message around abortion rights and the protection of democracy, it will mobilize people and be a kitchen table issue.
It works.
If
Kinda
you're paying
works.
attention, if you're paying attention to the polls right now, what are the top issues that have galvanized Democratic voters that have, at the very least, held off this red wave? And for those who are paying attention and listening right now, historically, this should be a no-brainer. We should have announced a red wave by now. Like Obama lost more than 50 seats, Trump 40 plus, Clinton 60 plus. With inflation, with gas prices, which are not Biden's fault, but unfortunately he's the president right now, this should be, as the kids say in DC, a shellacking. But the fact that you got Abigail Spanberger and Sexton winning, the fact that Ohio's so close, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, it's going to be wild, as the kids say, for the next few days, is a testament to the fact that Republicans are extreme, have shot themselves in the foot with some of the most batshit nutty candidates that they could possibly run. And the fact that you have coalesced around abortion and democracy rights, and the fact, like me and Danielle have said in our podcast, you should remind people that they're openly telling you they're going to gut Social Security and Medicare. And now Democrats are like, we should message on that. Like 2 weeks ago, they finally did. Alarm bells have gone off. And it might be, look, I think it seems right now that the House will go to the Republicans, but I just want to put this in perspective for folks so they don't get so despondent depending on what happens tomorrow. Because what I'm really interested in is tomorrow. The fight begins tomorrow.
Yes.
Because regardless of what happens with the House and Senate, this is a radicalized, weaponized, extremist movement.
Come on.
That's right.
It is a fascist movement. We have to name it and we have to call it. Washington Post just came out with an article that said 75 election deniers have just been elected. And that number is going to increase. The election deniers have won elections. The people in charge of the institutions that are meant to safeguard democracy are like rats and termites and rodents that are now inside the institution are going to tear it down. And so everyone has a right to feel vigilant, scared, nervous. But the one positive here is, and I just wanted to say hi and got off on a rant. Sorry for my TED Talk. I'll finish in 30 seconds. The one positive here is the following, is we have the numbers. But like I've always said on Jared and Nick's podcast, and even our podcast, give me a radicalized, mobilized, zealous minority that wakes up every day with a mission over a flabby moderate majority.
Absolutely.
Because they will carve through us like butter. If we do not organize, and Georgia is going to be a test, ladies and gentlemen, because it seems most likely going to go to a runoff. If you organize in the face of obstructionism, voter suppression, gerrymandering, and disinformation, we still have the numbers, and it seems that the red wave will be a red trickle. And I'm telling you, these folks will get more extreme. QAnon, which is a national security threat, is now blared at Trump rallies. White supremacist conspiracy, the replacement theory, a majority of Republican candidates running in this election are election deniers. There's threats and intimidation against election workers, against Republicans. If they're willing to kill Mike Pence, what are they going to do to you, ladies and gentlemen? Educators, Democrats, and pretty much anyone who opposes them. That is a fascist movement. And so they're counting on you to tap out. They're counting on you to be exhausted. They're counting on you to be apathetic. And they're counting on you to say, you know what, it's all over anyway, it doesn't matter. Meanwhile, them, the minority, are radicalized and organized, and they'll take it over. School board after school board, medical board after medical board, city council after city council, local, state, national. But we have the numbers, and regardless of what happens tomorrow morning, we have to commit ourselves to fighting for democracy in the long run. And the final thing I'll say is, if you want to give up hope, listen, a lot of people of color, especially Black folks, and a lot of poor folks, including poor whites, never had the luxury of giving up in America. This to them is just another day in America. They've had to fight for everything, especially dignity. And I'm in Florida today because my daughter is fulfilling her Make-A-Wish trip. 3 years ago, she had stage 4 cancer, for those who don't know. We thought she would die. She's now 6 years old. She's dressed up as Elsa. She got her hair done like Elsa. She got her ears pierced. She's alive. Her Make-A-Wish trip just came out this week. We're going to Disneyland. everyone here at this place, which I won't mention, is a volunteer helping kids like my daughter who are both sick or recovering from cancer. It took a community to save my daughter's life, and everyone said that she wouldn't make it, but we kept believing, the pages turned, and there was a plot twist, and she's alive. So you can't tell me to be despondent or apathetic when I'm here on a Make-A-Wish trip and my daughter's alive. And you can't tell Black folks and poor folks and Latinos and indigenous people, I'm just going to tap out. Well, if they tapped out, they would have been dead. They've been fighting.
Come on.
And so I need us all, regardless of what happens, to take the long view, step back, see the historical trend, and fight for democracy. You're going to have to fight for it, folks. Can't be neutral because we're dealing with a fascist threat. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And
Well,
hi, nice to see everyone.
Wash, I, at the risk of being way too sentimental on a political podcast where we diagnose the apocalyptic conditions of American politics, it made my heart soar to see you on here. I was so happy. I can't even begin to tell you. 3 quick things. 1, I'm glad you brought up the QAnon thing. There is now a QAnon group in Congress. That is an actual group in Congress at this point. That is, and you want to talk about things that are concerning. That's one thing. Number 2, you are exactly right. The fight starts tomorrow. And by the way, I think I saw this show where Georgia determines control of the Senate. I don't know. Maybe this is a rerun. I don't know. Weird. Number 3, and I've been meaning to talk to you about this, and I want to hear from everybody. The most effective surrogate on the stump over the past couple of weeks has been a young man by the name of, hold on, let me look at this. Barack Hussein Obama. I mean, it doesn't sound right. That can't possibly be right. Has killed it. And I have to say, what he has brought to the stump, I think energized this run-up more than anybody else. And I gotta say, I saw a fire from him, and I saw stories from him talking about Medicare and Social Security, which is what the Democratic Party needs to listen to, bar none. I want to hear what you have to say about that.
You're talking to me or Jason?
Yeah, I want to hear what Waj has to say about that.
Watch, go.
Oh, no. Look, I think we were both tweeting the same thing at the same time, Jared, in the sense that what Obama brought was emotion, intellect, and passion, right? You have to make people feel. What Republicans are good at, I'll give them credit, is messaging and stories. Simple message, rinse and repeat again and again and again, to the point where it's almost Pavlovian, where you say lock her up, there's an emotion and a story attached to it, just with lock her up. Obama's birther, there's an emotion and a story. And so what Obama did is he had the right degree of passion and also righteous rage, which channeled people's frustrations. And not only did he tell people that Republicans are extreme, because this was the problem that a lot of Democrats did, if you saw the ads. Republicans are extremists. Well, give me an example. They didn't give any examples. He gave an example. Let's talk about Social Security. And then he painted a picture. Your mom and dad who broke their backs and have like chapped hands. These Republicans are telling them, guess what? We're going to give tax cuts to the rich, and we're going to take away your Social Security. And people hear that, they're like, holy shit, they're going to take away my Social Security. And then if you're a smart Democrat, what Danielle and I have said on our podcast, use their words. Finally, this week you had that old clip of Mike Lee from Utah. You have Lindsey Graham. You got also Rick Scott, and you got the guy Ron Johnson giving you these gifts. But if you don't use these gifts because you're so terrified of your own shadow because your shadow is black, like the Democrats often do. Can I say that again? Is it too soon? Too soon? If you don't tell people your story, you can't fault them for not knowing it. And if you don't repeat it, you can't fault them for forgetting it, right? And so that's what Obama did. Righteous passion, righteous anger. He said the talking points. He gave it a story. He had hit home, went viral. And each time Democrats have done that, as Danielle was saying right before I came on, you see it connect with people. You're like, that's a fighter. He or she will fight with me or for me, which is why Fetterman, even the guy who's had a stroke, is now neck and neck with Mehmet Oz, which shows you how weak Mehmet Oz is. But people are there saying, this guy's a fighter. And one thing I'll say about Fetterman, and there's a messaging strategy here for Democrats moving forward, much like Bernie Sanders, especially in these Rust Belt states, how did Fetterman and Bernie Sanders, a Democratic socialist, get some Trump voters? Because they channeled their anger and gave them an enemy. They said the 1%, the rich, the wealthy, all these people are coming after Social Security. These people aren't going after your wages. These people are trying to like hurt your unions. And then some of those Trump supporters like, you're right. Finally, someone's fighting for me. If Democrats are smart, you can combine the race labor narrative and get some of these Trump and Republican voters in the swing states. But you need the passion and you need the messaging. And you're right, Jared. Obama gave a masterclass. Just rinse and repeat. And you know who did really good? Shapiro. Did you see Josh Shapiro? His speech at the stump? He got it, man.
Brilliant.
He was really good. Just do that. Sorry, Danielle. I thought he said Waj. You were kind enough to
I think that first of all, one, Waj, you want to talk about people that can tell a story. Thank you so much for the eloquence, the perspective around your daughter, around your family, and around the village, and what community does when community comes together and does things right. Because what you came on with is exactly what we are missing, right? What Democrats don't sell, which is this idea of community. We want to talk about a multiracial democracy. We want to talk about all of these big, high things. But the reality is that we just need to talk about community. We just need to talk about freedom. We just need to talk about patriotism and what it means to like actually stand up for your country. I think that, you know, what we are seeing, without this being this red wave, without this being this blue wave, what we are seeing is that messages, conversation, and connectedness matter. If you are not if you're not going where people are, I keep saying this, then I don't know what you're doing. So for Joe Biden, which I believe that Jason is totally right. Joe Biden if Republicans win, he's going to come out and say, oh, it's not all Republicans, and there are some good ones, and I've worked with them, and I've been in Congress for 77 years, and like this is what this is all done, and it goes well, and blah, 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 blah. And the reality is that what Democrats are desperate for, it reminds me of the scene in one of my favorite movies, The American President, where it's just like, people will drink the sand because you're providing them with nothing else, right? Like if your opponent is the one that is doing all the talking, spitting all of the fire, and all you're doing is singing Kumbaya, then you're not listening to the pain that people have and the struggle that they are going through. And so when Obama gets on a microphone, one, it's just the desperation that like, I will literally follow that man off a fucking cliff, right? Just to hear him speak, because every time he speaks, I think that he's talking to me, Danielle Moody, not whoever is in the arena. That's the beauty and the brilliance. But the fact is that he didn't bring everybody along through media training. He didn't do a boot camp to help people figure out like what is there, right? So the way that people are replicating Trump on the right, we haven't seen Democrats try and replicate the brilliance of Obama on the left, right? We haven't seen them try to replicate the storytelling. We saw Shapiro. We see sometimes in AOC, we see these people kind of pop up, but it's not the collective, right? And so why are we going to have a QAnon caucus? Because they all got on the same fucking messaging train.
Right.
Well, that's fascinating because my background as a basketball coach is all about, you know, sometimes you'll say someone like Phil Jackson is just naturally great at communicating and having that vibe, right? And then other people will say, well, you can learn how to do that, but maybe you're not going to be as good as Phil. So in my mind, I don't know. To me, Obama is that generational orator that we might not be able to replicate so easily. I don't know. Like Beto O'Rourke is a good example of that, where he doesn't command that same presence, right? He checks all the right boxes, and you'd think that he would be a better candidate and get more votes. But his oration skills, I think, are a problem. And I always wonder, okay, maybe he can come out to Hollywood. We'll work with him. You know, there's plenty of acting coaches here that could help that. But I don't know if there's a ceiling there for a lot of people who can't achieve what Obama could do.
Well, Obama's a generational communicator. That's it. There's no other way to put it. And by the way, a mind for organization that we barely ever see. But I want to say something real fast. Beto's gift is anger. it's fury. It's his ability to voice the anger at the moment. And that isn't the same thing. Obama's ability was to have brief, momentary bouts of anger, but to also reassure and bring in hope and stories. By the way, real fast, I just wanted to do a quick little reset. Jason, have you looked at Arizona at all? The governor's race?
No, what's going on? But is it the early vote? And you got to look at the what kind of vote it is too.
40% reporting.
Yeah, and Tucson is not in at all.
Right, but is it like the early vote, the mail-in vote?
That's the question, right? That's the question. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, that's one of the Republicans have done this, where they've basically separated the electorate based on how you vote. And of course, that's all a setup to be able to contest elections later, because they'll target the mail-in vote, or the drop box vote, the vote that is most concentrated among Democratic voters, and they'll come up with some BS thing about why that method of voting was corrupt. But let me just add one more thing on this Obama fest, because there is one thing. Yes, he's a talented communicator, but there is one thing that comes out of the political science literature that he's been applying in the last few days, and that's this. So they've studied, like, how do you message around issues of race, and I would say that Beto he's much more of a culture warrior than Obama is. And what the political science literature shows is that's actually not as effective as casting a lot of these issues around race as divisive issues that are used to distract from the issues that really matter to you, the American people. And Obama does a pretty good job of sort of ridiculing these anti-Semitic or racist tactics, while always kind of bringing it back, because he'll always say, like, who's going to fight for you? Who's going to actually fight for you when they get elected? They're telling you that you should care about, this group is going to take this from you. But then he always brings it back to who's going to protect your Social Security. And he uses the way he has a way of both attacking the sort of culture war issues without himself getting wrapped up in them. Beto really kind of fights them. He fights on that terrain. Obama sort of casts that in a light that directs your attention to the issues that he wants you to look at, the issues that are at the end of the day going to be favorable for Democrats. So, and that does come out of the political science literature, and some people are better at it than others. But going forward, that's, I think, what the discipline would recommend to candidates on the left. Like, talk about race as though it is used by people with ulterior motives to divide Americans in ways that will privilege the wealthy, or privilege whoever it is that you're arguing is exploiting the rest of us, and then redirect to the issues that work to the advantage of Democrats.
It feels like you're describing the Republicans right now.
The Republicans want on the culture war terrain. It seems to me they want to talk about, all of the issues that push the buttons of their base. They want to talk about, like we were saying, school boards and COVID restrictions and trans athletes and that kind of thing. And Obama has a good way of, at the same time, ridiculing that as cruel and grotesque, but at the same time returning the audience's attention to the issues that he wants them thinking about, and that work to the advantage of the electoral advantage of Democrats.
Can I say something? What worked for Obama was he couldn't escape racism because he's a black man, and he couldn't escape not talking about it because he's a black man. And what he did, according to the strategy and the science of how he was able to communicate and win, is he combined the race class narrative to attract enough of those white voters and model minorities who would never go for a black man, right? And he gave him
racism against white.
He gave him an aspirational narrative, a narrative of hope. And specifically what he did, and this was a very deliberate strategy. I'm forgetting the professor in Harvard. I took a class with him just because I was invited to, and he said this was the literal strategy that Obama did. Is first and foremost, he told the story of himself, the story of Obama. So he came out with those two books, right? Dreams of My Father, Audacity of Hope. The Obama narrative, biracial kid, international, right? Grew up with a white mom. He had a Pakistani roommate. Gives you this vision of this dorky kid who could rise up and become the president of the United States of America. He took his personal narrative And then he brought a community along with it. This is the aspirational hope, a multiracial democracy. If a kid like me could do it, anyone can do it. And then it was a cause of action. He inspired people for the 2008 elections for hope and change, right? Simple message. So it was personal, tie it to a community, and then activate them for an action, mobilize them to do something, which was to vote. What was it? Hope, change. Simple, people laugh at it, but look, make America great again. Everyone remembers it, and it elicits an emotional response. So you need that type of layered storytelling from Democrats. That's my daughter, by the way, who wants a charger, as you can hear. You want to say hi to everyone?
Oh,
That's
hi.
her. Hi. Oh, sorry. She's here to look proud. That's the charger, my beloved. I'm trying to make a point about democracy. Mama's going to give you the charger. It's over there. Okay? Thank you, my love. And so...
Get her on. Do we want another camera?
She's like, I need a charger. And I'm like, can you get her on TV? She goes, no. She's a little diva. But, I mean, that's what Obama did, right? The personal story connected to the community, inspire action. And again, I want to remind folks, he could not escape talking about racism because he's a black man. And what Democrats have done, and Danielle and I talk about this all the time, is they're so terrified of their shadow, which is black, and they're so terrified of putting off this uberman white man who's the real American drinking real coffee in a real diner in Ohio, because apparently we're all synthetic replicants who live on the coasts. And they're so terrified that they water down their message to the point where it's like watered down gruel. And again, going to the point that we've seen in this election, when you stand up for something and you fight for it with passion and you communicate it like abortion and defense of democracy, it becomes a kitchen table issue, ladies and gentlemen. And the hope is that that type of fire and messaging gets replicated. And because we're in the media, when people say, oh, it's not just the messaging, there's a reason why a majority of Republicans believe the big lie. There's a reason why people believe in QAnon, because they are literally conditioned and radicalized by right-wing media that is not checked, and then it seeps out into the mainstream because we do a both sides analysis. And the final thing I'll say is our political journalism, ladies and gentlemen, will fail us leading up to 2024. If you're counting on them to do the right thing, they will fail us.
So real fast, and I think Obama is a really interesting figure to break off of this. And I actually think a lot of people misunderstand Obama because they take a look at Obama the candidate, they take a look at Obama the president, but they don't take a look at post-president Obama. A lot of what he has said is that he walked into the presidency with an optimism that America, that it was flawed, that those institutions that Danielle and I were talking about were flawed from the beginning, but that they could be wrenched into something else. And what Obama has said post-presidency is that he felt like he was too optimistic about that. Mm-hmm. And the story, and Waj, what you were just telling, the story that he told was even a kid with big ears, with a weird name in America, a mixed race kid could make it through and get in power. And that said something about America being possible, right? And matter of fact, I think culturally, you look at something like, I think Hamilton is really telling that this comes out during the Obama presidency. Mm-hmm. It's the idea that maybe our institutions can be fixed, right? That maybe there's enough goodness in them. And Obama says post-presidency, as it's ending in post, he says, I realized suddenly that there needed to be a structural change that I couldn't speak to at the time. And Waj, you brought up like the constituencies he talked to. He won Indiana. Barack Obama won Indiana. And he won it because he went to Indiana and he talked about NAFTA. And he talked about globalization and deindustrialization. And when he said hope and change, they heard, we're going to change this. The hope is that we're going to roll this back and create something else. I think Democrats are still in love with pre-presidency Obama, presidency Obama, without listening to the warnings that he has had. And I think over the past couple of weeks, what he's done on the stoop, they should be studying this, like the Zapruder film. This should be what this party looks at, because I think it's the answer. Nick, you appreciated the Zapruder reference, I think.
Well,
all of us old people did.
The pronunciation, I think I appreciated more than anything. But
how dare you? How dare you? How dare you?
Listen,
Maggie Hauseman, Hauseman wins in New Hampshire. Huge.
Yeah. I just get called.
Yeah,
what's the margin?
Now, and by the way, Zapruder is also in on the weekly meetings that Jason and I have, so that's why we know how to say it. But speaking with Jason, I hate to say that he has to get out of here and run back to his family. So I just wanted to quickly give him a real big thank you for coming on and really giving us some great, political science breakdowns for us.
Thank you, guys. That was really fun.
Thanks, Jason. Let's have you on the show soon. Okay.
Great, guys. Thanks.
Now, can I speak to thanks, Jason? Can I speak to what Waz was saying about how the Democrats can get so worried about what they're saying and how it's going to be perceived and they're going to be weak? I mean, the news flash for them is they're going to call it whatever they want to call it anyway, right? It doesn't matter whether or not you're worried about it and you want to go and really be measured like Hillary and even Obama was as well while he was president, would do all these kind of measured, it was like wringing their hands while they're doing their speeches. Very, very frustrating. But I did want to share with you guys, I did see Stephen Miller, friend of the breakdown, whatever he is, friend of the pod, Stephen Miller, his PAC released an ad in Georgia. And I wanted to share this. I don't know if you guys have you seen this yet? Because I wanted to show you where they've got this, where we're going here with this, because this is just the tip of the iceberg. Let me present this real quickly because it's worth showing you what this is about. So here's what it is.
When did racism against white people become okay? Joe Biden put white people last in line for COVID relief funds. Kamala Harris said disaster aid should go to non-white citizens first. Liberal politicians block access to medicine based on skin color. Progressive corporations, airlines, universities all openly discriminate against white Americans. Racism is always wrong. The left's anti-white bigotry must stop. We are all entitled to equal treatment under law. America First Legal paid for this ad.
So there you go.
Nazis approved that message.
That's jumping the shark, I think, isn't it, or not?
I mean, jumping the shark. It's where they are. It's where they've always been. I mean, I don't think that this is jumping the shark so much as it is saying the very loud part that they have been saying, and putting it into a clip, putting it into a political ad and video form. When you have a Supreme Court that is going to decide right now to eliminate affirmative action, when you have a Supreme Court that is going to throw away, have gutted Voting Rights Act, and when you have Ron DeSantis in the state of Florida saying that we need to worry about white people's comfort and it's going to pass policy on that, like, how do we think that, this is coming out of left field? Give me a fucking break, right? Like the reason why, and I just want to go back to what folks were saying about Obama. The reason why Obama had hand-wringing and heeing and humming at points of his presidency is because he is Black, right? Is because he is a Black man in America. Now, what I would have loved to see and what would have been the fulfillment, right, of the true dream is that Obama would have been able to legislate in the way that the other 43 fucking presidents that came before him were able to legislate. But the reality is that as a Black person in this country, you are walking more than a tightrope. I don't even know what the other rope would be, but it is more than a tightrope that you are walking. And so I want people, especially white people that are listening to this right now, to stop being so shocked by ads like this that are being put out, or people like Steve Bannon or people like Donald Trump, and saying to yourself, this is not who you are, right? It is, right? It's the part of the founding. It is the part of the reality that has been denied your exploration for the fact that if you begin to understand and question, right, the foundings and the principles that that have guided, right, the growth of this country, then it will fundamentally have to change. And those that are in power, who are also white and white supremacists and patriarchy and all of these things, they don't want that change to occur. So in order to make that happen, we're going to burn books. We're going to not say certain words. We're going to make sure that white people remain comfortable. And we're going to talk about racism in the adverse. When you can't talk about racism and white people and say, oh my God, the left is so racist against white people, when white people are the ones that are literally in charge of everything, right? And this is the difference. This is why people can be swayed, is because they don't understand what systemic racism is, right? They don't understand that racism is actually about power as much as it is about melanin or lack thereof. So you can't have a society that is saying like, oh my God, we're racist against white people when I'm looking at the Supreme Court, when I'm looking at the makeup of the Senate, when I'm looking at the 43 presidents that came before Barack Obama. Give me a break, right? But you can't intellectualize that because you've never been given the foundation to understand it to begin with.
Real fast, I just want to reset things very, very quickly. It does look, unfortunately, like that piece of shit JD Vance is going to be the next senator from Ohio. That is something that we can talk about for a very, very long time. He is an incredibly dangerous person. Peter Thiel has a puppet in the Senate. I really don't know how else to say it. To go ahead and get you in the numbers in Pennsylvania, it looks good for Fetterman right now. I just want people to know that, like, right now, he's exactly where he needs to be. It looks decent. You have not seen, as we've talked about, Nick, you have not seen the split ticket between Shapiro and Fetterman, which, by the way, speaks pretty well about American voters. I don't know how else to say it. Pennsylvanians, they give a shit and they show up. I'm just saying that. Arizona, to go ahead and put this on everyone's radar, Hobbs is overperforming right now.
Yeah. I'm pleasantly surprised.
I am too. And I got to tell you, Hobbs is not a particularly great candidate. And this speaks to something that Danielle and I were talking about earlier, which is I think the electorate looked at Kari Lake and said, no fucking thank you. I don't know if that means that Kari Lake is going to win, or I don't know if that means Kari Lake is going to lose. But I will tell you this right now. That is not where that race is supposed to be right now.
It's supposed to be flipped.
It's good. It's supposed to be completely flipped, right, Waj?
Yeah, because they're looking at Kari Lake as a potential VP candidate for Trump
Yes,
in
they are.
2024, and they see her as an ascendant star who's better, who can, if you will, gender wash fascism. Gender washing is a term used by experts on fascism when you put lipstick on fascism, but it's still fascism. Look at Meloni in Italy, for example. So Kari Lake is a much more refined presence who has 2 decades worth of experience on TV. She's very polished, and she's a more refined extremist, fake extremist, because complete bullshit did a 180 like Elise Stefanik, but I don't care. I judge you by your actions and your words, and she's much more palatable to the mainstream than Marjorie Taylor Greene. So that's how they're grooming her to be. But it seems like, I mean, it's still early. It's about 47% of the votes in, but that's 47-53 even. But 57-43, I did not see that one.
That is not where that's supposed to be. Yeah, Nick.
Now, Waj, Jared and I were talking about this before, how it was going to be a dry run or a audition to be a vice presidential candidate. And that the fact that Hobbs didn't debate her was a really, really big mistake. And I kind of feel like I don't know anything anymore because perhaps they knew what they were doing. What did you think about her not, both of you guys, Danielle and Waj, what did you think about her not debating Kari Lake?
Initially I thought that it was a missed opportunity, because I think that any time that you have the opportunity to tell the voters who you are and what you stand for, regardless of the caricature that is Kari Lake, you are letting her win, right? You are letting that ideology win, right? Again, it goes back to what we were saying earlier about Democrats deciding that they're going to take the high road. Right? Like, I am not going to debate her because she's not interested in policy. Well, the debate isn't about the person that you're standing across from. The debate is about the hearts and minds of the people who you're trying to win over. And so any opportunity that you have to be in front of those people, you should use, and you should use to the best of your ability and not make it about the person who's in the room.
Can I also say this? I don't know if you guys have all talked about this, but I'm shocked also that Bobart is losing.
I see that. I saw that.
And she might actually lose.
What are the numbers? I can't find individual numbers. What are they? Do you know? I put you on the spot. Damn.
I was just looking on Twitter and I saw that he's running up ahead of her by like 4 or 5 percentage points.
That's what I saw. New York Times.
He's a very strong candidate too. It's Adam Frisch. But that's shocking because again, it's another person who's been groomed to be the leader of the Republican Party. And if she loses, it could show that in these, kind of bellwether states, I guess, where there's like a large white voter population, they might be sick and tired of the nutties. The nutters.
I want to throw this out there. I lived for a decade in a small college town in Georgia. There weren't many restaurant options, Wash. We
sorry.
you would go eat and you would get sick many times from the same places. And it was because there weren't a whole lot of options. And I have to tell you, after getting sick at one place like 7 or 8 times, eventually, despite limited options, you said, I'm not going to go eat there anymore. This Republican Party, and Danielle, you nailed it earlier talking about these freaks. There's nothing else to call them. Like Lauren, and by the way, it just occurred to me that Lauren Boebert's restaurant got flagged for giving everybody explosive diarrhea because
It got shut down, didn't it?
yeah, it got shut down because they were giving people like pork sliders that made everybody sick. Eventually, at some point, even if she's saying things that you agree with, and even if she's triggering the people you hate, you say enough. And that's the problem. It feels like the Republican Party, they can't stop, right? It's not just going after Roe v. Wade. It's going out and getting on the stump and saying, yeah, we're coming after Social Security. And yeah, that's right. We're going to make sure that if you try and get prophylactics, you're going to jail. If you get an abortion, you're going to be punished for murder. Like there's a certain level. Do you know what I mean? There's like a certain place where that you have to say no. It's enough.
Well, Waj has to bounce. I
go.
just want to say, thank you so much for creating a little bit of time for us, and we're so happy to hear that what your journey is right now. You're really close to Georgia though right now. Can you
go there?
I'll go there with my mules, my 2,000 mules. I brought them with me from Virginia. Actually, it was really tough to get them through security, but I got 2,000 mules and I didn't get my water bottle, and so there you go.
Well, I got to warn you, we got people in the audience watching right now who are absolutely taking that clip. You better be ready for that for the next couple of days.
Hey, man, they used my clip at CPAC, and Donald Trump tweeted it out also. So I'm used to all the hate. Thank you all for doing what you're doing. Thank you all for listening. Anyone who's watching right now, don't give up. Again, the fight really begins tomorrow. It's a fight for democracy. Pleasure being here with everyone. And you have my better podcast to have Danielle to take you the rest of the way. Take care, everyone.
Oh, that made my time. That was so nice.
So great. I honestly didn't think that he was going to be able to make it. So that was a delight.
Oh, I about blew up my spot, like showing emotion there. That was too much.
Can I throw up another question? I thought I saw one in the comments. I think it's pretty good. We haven't talked about it at all yet tonight, which is from Teresa Ellison.
Wait, Danielle, have you seen this? Have you seen this technology?
First of all, Nick, my God, okay, with the tech swings over here, pretty heavy. You're doing the most, and I
appreciate it. I'm barely keeping my head above water, but yeah, this is actually the question I wanted to put up there. But yeah,
wait. You threw up another one. We got to answer that too. I just want.
Well, it's a connection, I think, to what he asked. I actually, again, while we're talking, I'm clicking and whatever. But here it is. Something I wish to talk about is about young people. A lot of young people are supposedly more liberal. But do you guys think that conservatives are gaining with young people as well?
Young white men.
Yeah,
they're gaining with young white men who have been told that they are living in a counter-racist, reverse racist society. It's young white men who are being drafted into this authoritarian movement. They are gaining in it, and by the way, people are making incredible money off of it. Grifters, MLM people selling them supplements and all that stuff. Danielle, what do you think?
I agree with you. I was just about to say, when you said young white men, who should pop into everybody's mind, and then I lost his name in my head. The gun-toting murderer who went to Wisconsin. That's who the Republican Party is going after. And when we remember, harken back to the days pre-pandemic to 2017, to the white supremacist march in Charlottesville, we have to remind ourselves who were the ones in the khaki pants with the tiki torches from Party City. It was not old white men. It was young white men in their 20s, right? And so they're tired. These incel types, they're tired of being told that they can't rape women and get away with it. They're tired of being told that they're not going to get the job just by virtue of who their daddy or who their mommy is. And they want that America back, the one that their grandfathers and their fathers sold them on. And so, that is going to be the easy target, is going to be young white men who were told that they are deserving, right? That they are the ones that everyone, is supposed to bow down to. Thank you. It was Rittenhouse. I couldn't Kyle Rittenhouse. I couldn't remember his name. But I will say that, however we look at young white men, I want us to look at everybody else, right? Like when we are talking about Generation Z and the way that this younger generation thinks, they think intersectionally. They don't have to be taught about intersectionality. That's the way they are living their lives. That their interpretation of how community is supposed to work is so vastly different than what any of us can understand. So yes, white men who are not educated in the right way and are not challenged in the right way will always gravitate to where they are applauded, where they are championed, right? But I want us to pay attention to everybody else, because that's who gets overlooked in the chasing down of the Chads and the Karens of the world.
Well,
I said it. I said what I said, Jared.
We're a couple hours in, a couple of beers in.
Well, I think that the key here is that there's a certain empowerment of women in today's society that forces men to have to listen and have to adjust how they behave in order to be, basically to be attractive to who they want to be able to be with, And there was this horrible video that was viral today about a guy who could not handle that a woman would not be interested in him, and he, basically looks like he's about to, commit some violence. You know what I mean? And it seems so rational to him that he could be on that edge. And so I think that's one of the biggest grievances that we're dealing with here, is that people want to complain that they don't have free speech because they can't be assholes, right? They want the right to be an asshole, and without being called out on it. And that's really where we're going towards. I think that's what triggers so much of the energy on the right, in these cultural wars. It's such a what's the word I'm looking for? I suppose it's not, it lacks a certain intelligence, I suppose, when you're thinking about how we go about life, that I don't know how you end up reaching those kind of people.
Two things very, very quickly. I want to add one thing to this. New York, somebody just said that
I just saw it.
I got to tell you, if it was going to be a red wave, that was considered one of the things that was going to happen. That was going to go down. That's done. I got to tell you right now, I'm feeling more and more we're looking at a Republican-controlled House and a 50-50 Senate. I think that's a real possibility. That's a real possibility. The second thing I want to add very, very quickly, because this is something else I've started to talk about a little bit. Danielle, I talked about it with you when we had our discussion. Nick and I have talked about it a couple of times, but I want to remind everybody. The other group that is being won over are young, white, privileged liberals or leftist in places like New York City or the coast. And these are people, by the way, and I want to go ahead and put my cards on the table. I was very excited about Bernie Sanders offering an alternative to what the Democratic Party had. There were a lot of people who went with Bernie. They wanted to be socialist, and I'm putting quotes around that, right? They thought that they wanted to be cool socialist revolutionaries. Bernie goes down. Those were the people who were like, Trump's not that bad. Why are people so worried about Trump, right? These are privileged white people in places like New York City who are now being completely won over by people like Peter Thiel and are suddenly play fascist, right? Who are suddenly pro techno-feudalism. And why? Because they have wealth and affluence and power, and they don't want to lose it. And that speaks to a larger thing that we're watching tonight. We're watching America vacillate between, does the white middle class accept this shit? That's the big question right now, is the white middle class in America going to go fascist? And they very well could. They very, very well could. By the way, we're sitting here looking at Brian Kemp having won.
Right.
And that is part of this.
I feel like you're channeling, early 30s Germany, right?
Yes, that's exactly right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That tipped that way, but it wasn't like they were full-throated supporting Hitler necessarily. But
no, they felt bad about it, Nick. They felt so bad about it. Hitler was a brute. You know what I mean?
They went back inside their homes and closed the door, and then went,
yes,
finished their dinners.
And I want to go ahead and I want to build off something Danielle said. So much of what happens in America is based on where the white middle class, whether or not they're troubled or whether or not they're comforted.
That's the fucking problem.
And you don't get civil rights if civil rights people didn't make them uncomfortable. And they made them uncomfortable. They made them look at what their privileged wrought. You know what I mean? Like, it made them say, oh my God, I'm comfortable in the suburbs because these people are getting their heads cracked open. And that was a large part of what was happening with this realignment. The Republican Party says you don't have to think about it. You don't have to consider it. In fact, we'll go ahead and reward it. The question is, what will the white middle class do in America? And every time history shows us they go the wrong direction, but who knows? Who knows? I'll just say.
I want to say something. There was a question that was asked in the comment section to me about Stacey Abrams. Yeah. And Stacey Abrams having a poor showing. And I want to go back to what we were talking about earlier, which is this battle in America between racism and misogyny, and the fact that Black women have to deal with both. And Georgia being this really interesting place, as we are learning more and more with each election cycle, the reckoning that is happening in Georgia, right? Which is, you have this very vested white grievance package of Georgia that does not want to let go to the way that things were. And the idea that a Black woman would have the audacity to come into this state, right, and say that I'm going to change things, that even though she is the embodiment and the story, right, of this state, of a daughter of the South, right, that they cannot wrap their minds around this. I think that, in all honesty, and it's Simon Blue that asked the question, I think, in all honesty, that Georgia would probably more likely, with the battle that we're seeing between Herschel Walker and Reverend Warnock, you would see more revealed if Stacey Abrams was a Black man running for governor, right? Because you could still get behind the man, right? It is, there is something that is so embedded with misogynoir, which is what it is referred to, that that I don't think that we can even begin to truly wrap our minds around. But I don't want to say, like, the reason why we even discuss Georgia, folks, is because of what Stacey Abrams has done. That's the reason why we're not even just like, we don't discuss Alabama, we don't discuss, Kentucky. We're just like, they're going to be red. We discuss Georgia because of what she has done.
Right. And I feel like she was smeared really quickly. She was smeared because they felt like, oh, she's just running so that she can then run for the White House. She doesn't really care about Georgians.
Right.
But like, only because she was a Black woman would that kind of aspiration be treated like such a terrible place in her house. That's the whole point of that.
I will say this, and I've talked about it. There have been things that have happened within the Stacey Abrams campaign. Listen, we can sit here and second guess them, but I will say this: when it comes down to it, the thesis is this: Stacey didn't fail Georgia; Georgia failed Stacey.
100%.
And real fast, I want to point something out. Something kind of shocking that has happened. Nick, can you? Okay, so you've got the Arizona Senate race up, right? Can you pull up the governor race real fast?
Yeah. So real quickly, 58-39.7, and you got 171,000 from Mark Kelly.
Danielle, something really interesting is happening in Arizona.
Governor.
Hey, go and pull up Kari Lake.
Oh, come back here. Why did you get so big?
Hello. By the way,
there we go. Oh, Arizona.
I got to tell you, I know, and Danielle, I know that our shows like tailor toward political sickos who are interested in like outside analysis. Really, and here's the thing: if you, it's 11:17 Eastern Standard Time, and Like, we're all hanging out, we're doing this thing. Obviously, you find this fascinating. I want to point something out. Nick, go over to the Senate race real fast.
Wait, you senator or governor?
Okay, real fast. Okay, so Katie Hobbs right now is up by 13 points on Carrie Lake.
Holy shit.
Go over to the Senate race. Go into the other tab. Yeah. Blake Masters is such a shitty fucking Senate candidate. He has drugged down Carrie Lake. That's what's happened here.
Wow.
Blake Masters is such an awful candidate that he has drugged down Carrie Lake, a governor who everybody expected to walk away with this thing and be a VP candidate by midnight. And Blake Masters has proved such a drag on that ticket. That's how terrible of a candidate he is. Not only is he going to get humiliated, it looks like, he very well might cost Carrie Lake the governorship. I don't know if that's what's going to happen. There's a lot happening.
But we haven't. I mean, to be fair, in the states that we've been watching, we haven't seen such wide margins, right? We're talking double digits in this particular state. Everywhere else, we're like looking at, you know, a 0.5% or this, that, or the other thing in Arizona. And again, you see, this is the work, you know, we have to lift up the work that people have been doing in Arizona has only been a state that's been in play for the last like 2 election cycles, right? And so you have to give it up to the people that are on the ground, which is not to the DSCC and the DNC.
It is not the Democratic Party.
It is not the Democratic Party.
Nope.
Yeah. Now,
look at the way.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, real fast. Beto obviously isn't going to win the governorship. The reason why Beto is even going to get anywhere within sniffing distance is because of organizing on the ground, particularly through Hispanic people. The only reason why Stacey Abrams can overcome the fact that she is a black woman running for the governorship is Stacey Abrams and the coalition of organization. The Democratic Party, listen, they need to shut up and they need to listen. That is the whole thing. Period. They're not putting money here. They're not organizing here. Since Howard Dean left that building, they're not trying to win all 50 states.
Nope.
They have not done this. The reason there isn't a red wave tonight isn't the Democratic Party. It's the people who have to caucus with the Democratic Party. Period.
Interesting. Well, this is another really important race here, which is Secretary of State, which controls the actual votes for like the presidency. And this was a guy, Mark Fincham, who was going to basically promise to, you know, make sure Trump won their state, no matter what the vote was. So this is another referendum here where there's something happened in Arizona. I think that we're all very, very surprised, right? This is definitely. This is something, especially the margin at this point, if it maintains, is very surprising. But also, you know, considering Joe Arpaio is from this state, it feels good.
You know, like, I haven't visited Arizona. I may go there. I may go there. They were the last to decide that they want to celebrate MLK Day, but I may go there because they seem like they're turning a corner. I do. I think that this is all really, I mean, taking out, you know, our democracy hanging in the balance and by a thread, I think that this is fascinating. And there is no way that either party kind of walks away from these midterms and thinks, yeah, let's continue doing things the way that we've been doing them. We know that the Republicans haven't, right? The Republicans have completely changed course and they're like, we're taking off our hoods and this is who we are and this is what we're about. But like Democrats, particularly in the states that we know they did not invest in, right? That they decided to put people out there yesterday or late last week, right? Like there has to be some type of, hello, are you paying attention? Right moment for them, because it's at a time when we know that the party that is in power traditionally, historically loses in the midterms, and we're seeing this kind of this is something that is new.
Yeah. Now I'm looking here at the race here. The Fetterman Oz has gotten closer, and it's an interesting dichotomy considering that Shapiro is going to win by a lot more than that. So it looks like what you're having then is people who are willing to vote for Shapiro, who were Republicans, but then did not vote for Fetterman as a Senate candidate, and that's unfortunate. But at least it's better than being both behind at this point with 68% reporting.
Nick, do we think that does this have to do we think that with Fetterman that this is around his health?
Yeah.
Do we think that is the thing? Like people are just like, ooh, we don't know, he's unwell.
Easily 5 points are related to that, easily, because and I get it. Like I saw the interview, and I saw all the kerfuffle with the NBC interview journalist saying he didn't understand what I was saying before we went on air. But if you have a hearing aid, if you use a cane, you need the words on the screen to read. Like those are all similar versions of the same thing to me. And when I saw him being interviewed, he had command of the language, he had command of his thoughts. He was fine. Now again, the irony here, so you have a guy like Herschel Walker who really seems to be troubled, with a lot more than just his political stances, and that's not a problem, but they can easily turn it on a guy like Fetterman and say, oh, that is a problem. But again, there's no shame, and there's no sense of being having a double standard here, and that's why it's so easy for the Republicans to be able to channel their hate and anger to get more energy around these votes, especially in the midterms.
I want to say real fast. I assume I stepped out to use the bathroom. By the way, Nick, you're an Iron Man.
My mother raised me properly. I went before the show.
How dare you? What I think is happening, Danielle, is I think this is an astronaut like traveling across the country to abduct their rival situation.
I had my Super Stream before it too. I had a 60 ouncer, so I will say. Right now in Pennsylvania, the race is tightening. Two things on that front. One, that is on the media. And it is an indictment of our media, the way that they engaged in ableism against John Fetterman. And for profit, by the way. They did that in order to push horse race politics. It was disgusting. Absolutely repulsive. It's another strike against American media. Shocking. Number two, Philadelphia has barely gotten over 50%. And I'm telling you right now, Philadelphia is Fetterman country. Right.
And that's where the majority of these votes are going to come from. I think right now it looks, and by the way, the Shapiro Mastriano thing shows us a lot. I think what we're looking at here is we're looking at a thing that's going to come down to it. I think Fetterman's going to pull this out by about 2 to 3 points. That's what it looks like to me.
Okay.
Can you guys just because I'm biased and I'm in New York, can you show me how much Hochul they projected her obviously as the winner, but then they're saying it's overwhelming, and I just want to see the number. And remember that Lee Zeldin was endorsed by Donald Trump. He was lifted up by Donald Trump. There were big
lot of
scares.
money.
Oh wow. Okay. She slapped him. Okay.
I mean, by the way, I read an interesting piece today comparing a lot of times where you'll have the governors in the neighboring states be Republican, but they are much more progressive than a normal Republican. And Zeldin thought, oh, well, they're right next door. I can be a Republican and be a governor of the state. But I mean, we're all familiar with Zeldin's platform, right? It was pretty extreme.
I mean, he was pretty extreme, but I'll tell you from where I grew up on Eastern Long Island. Mm-hmm. That's where you see all of his campaign signs. Upstate New York, it was whether or not New York City, right, was going to show up in a way in these midterms that, again, folks don't normally show up, and particularly when we're like, oh, of course we'll have a Democrat, right? Like, because unless you're a more Democratic type of Republican, you're not going to win in New York, and so this was. For us here, started to become really scary when you have somebody like Zeldin and you're starting to see all of these ads. But again, I think that this was Republicans overstepping themselves in a major way.
I want to say two things very quickly about the New York race. One, this was not supposed to be a walk. This and things had turned. Like this was the alarm systems ringing
Mhm.
red in New York. Zeldin was supposed to be the it was supposed to show the actually I guess I have three things to say. It was supposed to show that the Republican Party was ascendant in New York. Number two, I got to point out one thing that we hadn't talked about yet is the name Cuomo. We haven't brought it up. He resigned in absolute disgrace. And I need to point out, like, if she's going to take this in a walk, that shows that that major, I mean, god awful scandal didn't affect it. And that voters said, you know what, like that's awful and we need to move on beyond it. But I'm not handing the governor's mansion over to those assholes. The third thing, and this is something, Nick, that I think and Danielle, I hope we do this again every 2 years. I'll be honest with you. We had a great time. Here's something that I think is now going to change the historical, and I wish Jason was here too so we could talk about it. I think something that is going to change, at least in the modern era, in terms of what we expect. Midterms are no longer skippable. They're not. You can't take the midterms off. You can't not show up. And that goes back to what Danielle, you and I have been going back and forth on. People are waking up and they're like, you know what? Like, maybe I have to stand in line for a few hours, but that's the least I can do. Because this is so screwed up. This is so fucked up that you can no longer, I mean, the numbers are huge. This turnout is pretty impressive so far, particularly in the competitive places. New York shows us that. New York doesn't show up for midterms.
No.
They're not into that. And the fact that they're showing up the way that they are, that shakes it up like an 8-ball, you know. That moves things around. That really does.
But you had a man, you know, in Lee Zeldin who was basically saying, "Oh, you see what they're doing down in Florida?" And I know a lot of you New Yorkers go down to Florida to go ahead and retire. Well, I'm going to bring that up here.
Yep.
We're talking about, oh, so you're going to try and pass, and he said, a don't say gay bill, you know, abortion ban. He said all of those things out loud. Who are you talking to? Right? Like who, what, who are you talking to? And new people in New York City, right? We're just like, no, that's not who we are.
Yep.
I want to point out right now this Wisconsin key race here for governor because you know, Michaels had promised that he would rig the elections for Trump in 2024 and beyond, and make sure that no Republican would ever lose another race. So this is another really big one because Wisconsin could go either way. That's where I went to college, and obviously you have Madison and Milwaukee, but I don't even know if Milwaukee went that much for Evers either. But you have these concentrated areas that are progressive, and man, this is really encouraging with almost 70% of the vote in that he's got about a 2-point lead. Thank goodness, but that might not hold. It might not hold for 2, but he might squeak it out.
I hope he does. But these areas that we're looking at, again, Republicans said that they would sweep, and they put up these caricatures, right, that said, oh, we're going to follow Trumpism to a T, and they're not all meeting their moment. And I think that says a lot.
Real fast, Jess in the chat had asked about the abortion initiatives, and unfortunately I hadn't taken a look at it. They're all looking pretty good.
Here they are.
They're all looking pretty good.
So California is going to pass without question because it's California. But here's Kentucky is up.
Wow.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Wait. Yes. Yeah. Kentucky's that
right.
Yeah, Kentucky is voting against instituting no right to abortion. Vermont has just destroyed it. Michigan right now, I mean, it's early.
I'll make it bigger.
I would bet decent money that Michigan protects it. It looks like Montana is going to vote against it. I mean, it's early, of course, but it's not popular. The problem in all of this, of course, is that it doesn't matter if it's not popular. We have a Supreme Court that was stolen, and it's a minoritarian institution the way we've been talking about. But yeah, it looks good so far.
Again, this is what they say about some encouraging signs in the midst of a maybe a bigger picture that isn't great. That is so encouraging, especially in places like Montana. Like that seems crazy to me. I would have thought.
Nick, can you pull up the Georgia Senate race real fast?
Yeah, Georgia Senate race is here. We go.
I just want to reiterate something.
Wow.
The next fucking couple of days are going to be a mess.
Mm-hmm.
They are going to be a mess.
How is this? I mean, it's so disgusting to me.
Yeah. They're going to be a mess. That is,
Well, how about this?
That's 800 votes. Am I wrong? Am I wrong on that? What you just showed? Is that
57,300? Yeah, or yeah, something like that.
That's 800 votes.
Yeah, 700, right?
I can't do math like that.
106.
So you guys are great.
I can't either. Yeah, I might be completely wrong, Danielle.
I was like, I majored in political science. Like, I am not a statistician.
706, I believe. Crazy. But look at this. Look at where did it go? It's
Whoa!
very slow, the uptick. This has been around 70 for a while now, but
I have to say,
but then there's this.
Lauren Boebert doesn't have a lot of power. Lauren Boebert doesn't determine legislation. Lauren Boebert doesn't move the needle much in any way. She is a right-wing personality. By the way, she'll probably have a show on OAN.
Oh my God.
She probably won't finish out her term if she leaves or if she gets defeated. But I have to say, the amount of joy that I will have with that idiot being drummed out of Congress will be exponential.
A delight.
A delight. A delight.
There's not much that delights me, and that will be it.
There's not much that delights me.
Oh, come on. Oh, you mean about politics, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
there's a lot that delights me, but like this current political climate, no. But Lauren Boebert with her 9mm walking around wanting to carry a gun on the floor of the House.
Wait, she did, I believe, or did she not? Didn't she? Didn't she?
No,
like,
she couldn't, but she wanted to pass through, walk around. Yeah.
I thought she did. Okay, well, that's good.
I gotta say, by the way, just because I am a petty politico, congratulations, Nevada, on never giving us fucking anything ever. You have no desire to ever even pretend to get results in a decent time. Thank you, Nevada. Always, never change. Fantastic.
Never change.
Never change, Nevada. Good God, they just can't even be bought. Them in Iowa could not plan an 8-year-old's birthday party. Like, it's such a.
By the way, but there are so many nice people from Iowa and Nevada, right?
I love both.
You got to make sure that's clear.
Great. They're both great, but they can't run a democracy.
And yet we go to Iowa first. Go show us, show the country.
Wait, Danielle, wait. Does that have anything to do with race in any way, shape, or form?
God, Jared, you're always pulling the race card.
Uh-oh.
Like, what is wrong with you?
Are you telling me that
everything is about race with you?
Are you telling me that Iowa shouldn't determine the tone and tenor of the presidential election?
96% white state? You think that they are the ones with their finger on the pulse of this changing country?
But we're in the winnowing hours of the Muckrake podcast, by the way, and democracy covering the midterm election.
Strong out there. People are still with us.
I want to go ahead. I want to create a moment. Are you ready, Nick?
Please.
I want you all to watch me as I give up on getting any results from Nevada. Are you ready for me to close this tab? Is everybody ready?
Yeah.
Give it. Okay.
Go.
Done. Fuck Nevada. Done. I'm not caring about Nevada. I'm not thinking about Nevada. It's going to be weeks from now. Fine.
All right. Well, at some point we got to figure out when we're going to maybe, go meditate on what's happening.
I'm like, this one, Jared has a cooler full of beers, and I'm like, I am 3 hours past my bedtime, hanging on by a thread with our democracy.
Yeah.
So
Let's call it
yeah.
at midnight. Let's call it at midnight Eastern,
all right.
and we'll do it. So we got 20 minutes. Let's unpack what we've seen tonight. Nick, what are your what do you take from this?
You know what? I think I got a brief moment of joy from seeing all the abortion ballot measures going down or going whatever the way we want them to go. That was very encouraging. Also, yeah, I think that's the biggest thing I took away from all this, because everything else I still felt like the Senate was going to be held. I still feel that way. And listen, if Boebert could lose, and even if we lose the House, if Boebert loses, I gotta tell you, I'm gonna feel okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Danielle, what are you going to bed with?
I'm going to bed with the fact that I think that a lot of Americans have woken up to the fact that they can no longer take a democracy for granted. I think that I'm going to bed understanding that the battle doesn't end on election day. It begins the day after. And what we decide to do with the information that's been presented to us tonight, right, and for the next several days is what is going to matter. We can no longer continue to play 20th century politics in the 21st century. We can no longer believe that we can take the high road and assume that that means that we're better when we're leaving so many people behind who want fighters, right? The reason why Obama was so appealing is because he got to the heart of the heart, because he had to, right? Like he had to appeal to this bigger idea of America that I think that Democrats have ceded to the Republican Party. They said, make America great again. And what our response was, when was it great? As opposed to, you don't get to own patriotism, because I don't know anybody that has fought harder for this country, right, than Black and brown people, who this country's back was built on our backs. And so I want us to learn to stop ceding language, to meet people where they are, and to recognize that we can't take anything for granted. You're talking about 800 votes, 700 to 800 votes right now in Georgia, right? So how many people in Georgia just decided not to vote at all, right? We can and I loved it when you said, Jared, like the midterms is not recess, right? It is not a time to go off and go play and I'll see you at the next presidential election, right? That just isn't it. So, I'm going to continue to do what I do regardless, right? Like I'm going to continue to wake up and, activate people into their power, which is the work that I do on a day in and day out basis. And I hope that more people recognize, like I want this country to be a reflection of my values, right? That my job is to help perfect it. And that is what I want people to wake up to. So, fuck the Republicans, fuck their caricatures, their punching down, their lowbrow antics. But we need to message better. We need to fight harder and recognize that elections are not one and done. They're layered.
I'll say this. The Democratic Party does not deserve its base. They do not represent them. They work in spite of them. They take them for granted. What we watched tonight, listen, I gotta tell you, I'm glad that there wasn't a red wave tonight. And by the way, they dodged an incredible disaster. And by the way, it wasn't because they played a great game. It wasn't because they messaged something. It wasn't because they pulled together and they beat it back. It was because the American people said, fuck this shit. We do not want to deal with this. We do not want this in our lives. And I have to tell you, and man, I hope the Democratic Party, wherever they are and whatever they're doing, they understand that millions of Americans tonight held their noses when they pulled the lever. And they said, I'm picking the better of two bad options here. And the Democratic Party needs to listen. They need to go to that base. They need to find somebody who actually represents the interest of the American people and those who are most vulnerable at this moment. The idea that J.D. Vance is going to be a senator in the United States of America, and let's call this what it is. He is a puppet of an oligarch, a white supremacist, anti-democratic, neo-feudal fascist is going to be a senator. And that's a failure. And by the way, we'll be very lucky if J.D. Vance being a senator and Donald Trump being a president is the high watermark of this authoritarian movement. If somehow or another we bowl a 300 game, if somehow or another we win the lottery, we will be incredibly lucky that that's the high watermark, and it's still an embarrassment and still a tragedy. Thank God, and I mean this, thank God people like Stacey Abrams have organized. Thank God Black people, Hispanic people, people of color,
Yep.
women have organized, because the Democratic Party couldn't be fucking bothered to do it. And they have let these people down, and it is serious soul searching time. Look at the people who have overperformed. Take a look at how they've overperformed. Take a look at people who've done better than their circumstances say that they have, because this is going to be, listen, the Republican Party can walk away with this having a victory, and they are going to make people's lives miserable for the next 2 years. It's up for the Democratic Party to reverse engineer this thing, understand where they have gone wrong, and figure it the fuck out. And they don't want to do it, but they're going to have to do it. That's where I'm at. Nick, Danielle, how do you feel about that?
I mean, I go ahead, Nick.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think that that's right. My issue is that the Democrats need to give up the chase
Yes.
of the suburban white woman.
Yep.
They need to give up the chase for white men. They need to dance with the people that are sitting on the bleachers waiting to be chosen, right? And those are the people that they always ignore, thinking that they have nowhere else to go. And what I will say about Black, Indigenous people of color and women and queer people is that where they go is on their couch and just decide not to vote, right? And so stop chasing the people who have not voted with you for decades, and start recognizing and elevating the value of the people who will show up for you, right? If you actually do right by them. And that doesn't mean deciding to do right by them 2 weeks before a fucking election, right? If the reason why, to your point, and I totally agree, Jared, that there is not a red wave tonight is because people were not waiting for the Democratic Party to tell them what to do. They were like, my life is on the line, right? And so, yes, I'm going to go in, I'm going to hold my nose. I don't like this person. I don't like that person. But what I definitely don't like is standing in a fucking bread line. What I definitely don't like is not going to be able to have recourse when my boss decides to fire me because I'm queer or because I'm Black or because I'm this, or not hire me in the first place.
That's right.
Right? Is that all the things that we thought could not happen? The overturning of Roe v. Wade told us that everything is on the table. So, you know, that to me is what I need for Democrats in their reverse engineering, is to stop chasing people that have long since stopped playing their game.
What I'm hearing is that we need better leaders. And my worry is that when you look even from the ground up, from just election workers on up, the threat, if you are a progressive person in those roles from the right, is such that who would want to do any of those positions, including running for Congress or running for Senate? That's what's so frustrating about the society we're in now, that allows the Second Amendment to happen with guns everywhere, that you could be afraid to fucking vote. You could be afraid just to be a person in your neighborhood who wants to help out and help run an election. And so if we can solve that, and then we can solve finding more viable candidates. And by the way, the scary thing is, and Jared, I think you can confirm this as far as the historical context, I have a feeling the incentive to run for the House or run for the Senate, a lot of the incentive was, I can make money doing this. I really feel like you can enrich yourself. Yep. That's sort of what the Old Boys Network was about. And that's a real problem too, because obviously we don't want anyone to have that in their minds, which they still have to this day, and they're going to be as corrupt as possible. So this is what I'm scared about, is that they're going to be scared to want to run and whatever, and we're not going to find better leaders who understand everything that we're talking about.
I got to tell you, and you know, here's the thing. This is one of the reasons why we wanted to do this. This is one of the reasons why I listen to Woke as Fuck, and one of the reasons I listen to Democracy, and one of the reasons why Nick and I do this thing. I want to be honest with the people. Joe Biden and the federal government failed in this midterm election. And I'm not talking about politics. I'm talking about protecting the people and their right to vote. I'm talking about making sure that there weren't paramilitaries at the polls. I'm talking about making sure that people weren't threatening workers. I'm talking about making sure that people were safe going in and carrying out their constitutional God-given rights. They failed. And this election this 2022 midterm, I really hate to say it because I've enjoyed hanging out with you all. Y'all are fantastic fucking people. I think we're going to look back on this and say, God, that was a missed opportunity. I think we're going to look back on it and we're going to say, shit, that was the last election before it got wild. You know what I mean? Because 2024 is shaping up to be madness, and the Biden administration has not showed up. They just haven't. And they have to become a federal government. They're not interested in being a federal government right now. They're not interested in pushing back against the states. They just kind of, they're afraid of it. They don't want to seem tyrannical. They're really, really terrified of it. Nick, it's about leadership. You're exactly right. It's about somebody who's going to stand up. And you love bringing up JFK. And one of the things, I will never stop recommending this. One of the first political documentary films was a documentary film of JFK handling the crisis of desegregating the South. And he looked at these white supremacist segregationists in the South, and he called their bluff. He said, I'm going to send the troops in. And if you want to have a civil war, we'll have a civil war. And they said, you know what? We don't want a civil war. Well, okay, fine. We'll desegregate, right? And they had to use force. This thing can't be messed around with anymore. And 2022 is a missed opportunity. It was an act of courage to vote. It was an act of courage to work as a poll worker. It meant that you were going to get harassed and you and your family could be targeted. And matter of fact, I would not be shocked if it continued. Georgia, my God, the harassment and intimidation that's going to take place over the next couple of days is going to be awful. This was a missed opportunity. People need to get serious about it, and they need to go.
Wanted to give a shout out to Nomad Cat, who just said that they finished working 16 hours at the polls in Texas. And then they were worried that the race was closer. There would have been issues. So thankfully, it wasn't an issue. But still, thank you. That's the kind of stuff we need to see and do more of. And everybody needs to be willing to do that. I mean, yeah.
It shouldn't be an act of courage.
Right.
But it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I described. I had a cousin who literally would put on a bulletproof vest and escort people going to an abortion clinic every morning to be able to get care. The same thing's happening now with poll workers. So that's again, and the thing that even the slightest thing that Biden could have done, the littlest he could have done, was make sure that can't happen, that won't happen. That would be protected, and then hopefully we'll do some of that stuff for 2024.
Nick, one of the things we've talked about over and over and over again, because it's incredibly important. People are leaving teaching. People are leaving people are leaving nursing, and they're doing it because they're being harassed, because their safety, everywhere they turn, they're being harassed. Here's the thing. This election, again, paramilitary groups, white supremacists, they were outside. When people aren't volunteering, they're going to be inside. And that is the sucking sound. That's the really dangerous thing. And it's going to be, I hate to say it, but it's going to take acts of courage. It's going to take us rolling up our sleeves and saying, you know what, if somebody has to be in there in order to stand up for the rights of the voters, that's what it is. I saw something. I want to point this out. I've been thinking about this all day. On the Muckrake Discord, we had somebody, and I'm going to butcher this, and I'm so sorry, but we had somebody on the Muckrake Discord who was talking about the fact that I think they're like a judge at some level, and they were called in to look at somebody's right to vote, right? They were to determine whether or not they could vote. And what they found, and by the way, they're a Muckrake listener. They're a leftist, right?
Right.
They stood up for Republicans' right to vote. You know what I mean? They went in, they said, I don't give a fuck who you're going to vote for. You deserve the right to vote. That type of stuff, that type of actually behaving in a civic, patriotic way, that's the important thing here, actually behaving according to principles. That's what's going to save this country. And I think we have to think, God.
Please don't. I can't.
Yeah, that's got to go. That's got to go.
Gotta go.
Yeah, we got to go to bed. We can't.
I can't. So
we can't deal with Georgia right now. I agree. Oh my God.
What I will say is that Reverend Warnock cannot concede. And that is something that Democrats need to get out of their minds, is that when we're talking about margins that are that close, that I don't give a fuck when it is 100% in. I will. He cannot go to the Senate. Like, this is not like that man, Herschel Walker, cannot go to the Senate. And so there needs to be a recount. There needs to be whatever there needs to be done.
Mm-hmm.
And Democrats cannot just say, oh, for the sake of the country, right? Just like they don't want to, just like I'm waiting on Merrick Garland with Donald Trump, for the sake of the country, right? Herschel Walker and people like him cannot go into the Senate.
Danielle, that brings me to something that I want to think about and I want to put out there. And Nick, you and I are going to talk about this into perpetuity. That switch from the 20th century to the 21st century, it was sown on the presidential election of 2000. It was sown on the Republicans stealing it and the Supreme Court solidifying it. And to go with what you're saying, it was Al Gore doing the right thing.
Yep.
And standing up in front of a camera and saying, I don't like it, but in order, yeah, exactly, Nick. He said that I have to do it for that. That has to stop. That's the difference between the 20th century and the 21st century. Nick, you have a reaction to that?
Yeah. I mean, we knew it then, we know it now, and especially there's that documentary that really just got into the Brooks Brothers riots and exactly what that was about. And we were naive to think that it wouldn't happen again. And we were naive to think that they wouldn't use that same mindset going forward into Trump's era. And that's exactly, there's a direct correlation between 2016 and 2000. So, yeah, it was frustrating. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm old enough to be really frustrated at that moment. I was 28, and you could tell that he shouldn't have done that. And I know for the better of the country and all that stuff. And listen, W was whatever, but still, think about all the things that have happened since then that could have been avoided.
I want to point this out because this is one of the reasons we do this podcast. This is one of the reasons we do this, Nick. I want to point something out. The difference between Al Gore fighting and righting that injustice and Al Gore doing the quote unquote right thing. Do you know how many people died in the fucking war on terror? 1 million people. But 1 million human souls were wiped off the face of the map. I want to say over 50 million were turned into refugees, and those refugees and all of the destabilization that resulted led to this authoritarian situation we're in now. You can't continue to cede this ground to these people because it continues.
And I'm not saying that Gore should have rallied people to go to the Capitol and storm it like we had in January 6th. What I'm saying is he should have pressed to make sure they finished the fucking recount in Florida. That's all.
Yep.
At least do that. Like that was the worst part of it. So yeah. Anyway, gosh, now I'm
the beginning of the end was that election. That was the reality. That was the beginning of the end when we let the Supreme Court decide who the president was going to be, and Democrats decided, oh, we're just going to recount in this one fucking county as opposed to the whole goddamn state. Give me a break. When I rewatched that, I want to vomit.
I completely agree. So we got 5 minutes left in this broadcast. Very, very quickly, Nick, Danielle, what do you watch in the next couple of days? I know the answer is Georgia, but go ahead and say it, Nick.
Yeah, Georgia. There you go. I mean, anything else? I guess, I can't wait to find out what happens in Colorado.
Colorado and Arizona are going to be fascinating for a multitude of reasons. Danielle, what about you?
I'm going to be watching Georgia, but I'm also going to be watching for any political violence that happens, right? I'm really concerned about Georgia, and I'm concerned about what white supremacists and these oath keepers and Proud Boys and what they're going to do. And the thing that I will say really quick is that, the legacy of this country is that voting has always been violent. I don't want people to think that like this is something that is new, right? It has always been a danger. It's why people died, right? For the right to vote, because a true democracy in this country is a danger to white supremacy. Yep. And so if we have an actual activated electorate, that is what is a danger to systemic racism that they want to keep intact. So, let us never believe that like, oh, we're going to harken back to the good old days, or like, this is not who we are. It is who we are. What our goal is to be better than that, is to move through that. not to pretend that it is something that has never been.
There's a weird thing happening. I've been paying attention to it tonight, looking through the channels that I usually look through. The Georgia, the election was stolen conspiracy theories are going wild. And one of the things that's going to happen in the Herschel Walker versus Warnock contest, I got to tell y'all, there's a weird thing that is happening. We've all seen it with Kanye West. We've seen it with Kyrie Irving. There is like this burgeoning conspiracy theorism that is going there. And we are going to see that boil over in Georgia. We're going to see a lot of what we think about in terms of constituencies and demographics. They're going to shift and change. And also Arizona, for that matter, depending on what happens with Kerry Lake. Here's what I'm worried about. And Nick, I have a weird feeling we're going to talk about this Thursday for the Friday show. You now have Donald Trump, who's going to announce his candidacy. You have Ron DeSantis, who is in the perfect position to launch his candidacy or begin it. Georgia is the launching pad now. That's where all the attention, all of the money, all of the organizing is going to be on the right wing. And both of them and all of those constituencies. And by the way, Ted Cruz, because he's going to run for president again. Every GOP figurehead is going to be in Georgia whipping up support. And you're exactly right, Danielle. You're going to have Proud Boys. You're going to have Oath Keepers. You're going to have every paramilitary group who is just absolutely thirsty to get on top of and take over from all these conspiracy theories that are taking over. Georgia's going to be bad. I don't know any other way to put it. And particularly if the control of the Senate is on the line, it's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough few days.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like, even if the Republicans get control of the House, it's going to be by a handful of seats.
Yeah,
and that's
I gotta say, so we're coming up on the end of this. I just want to say personally, Nick, Danielle, this has been a real honor. This was a weird election. I'm so glad that we did this, that we made this happen. I hope we do this again. This has been really good, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I thank you guys so much for inviting me to come on and my other half of Democracy-ish watch for popping in. But let's do this again in 2 to 4 years.
Yeah, more soon.
Wonderful. Well, everybody, thank you for coming and hanging out. I gotta say again, it always touches me that there are so many people who are so dedicated to getting actual information, having hard conversations. Like, this has not been an easy broadcast. I mean, we're talking about like real shit here, and there's a lot of people who make a lot of money selling you false bills of hope and telling you things that aren't true. And I think I speak for Danielle and Nick that we all appreciate everybody who wants to have the real hard conversations, because you are the ones who are going to build the future. It's true. And that are going to fight and defeat this thing. So thank you, everybody. We will be back later. I'm going to go rest. Take care, everybody.
Good night.